eyes. I had been marching in my dreams while remembering my days of basic training, and I somehow ended up in the middle of the dirt field. I looked around in every direction and finally saw lights in the distance behind me. At least I had an idea which way to go now. Turning around, I started to walk back towards the base, my legs wobbly from the long walk while asleep. It felt surreal to be out there in the middle of the night, and I didn't understand how it could have happened. I'd been caught sleepwalking once or twice before, but I'd never gone anywhere near to this far. Part of me wondered with a paranoid fear just how often this happens without me realizing it. I walked for a few minutes alone, feeling an increasingly strange sensation like a tingling on the back of my neck. After a while, I began to suspect it was that outdated lizard brain notion that someone was following me. A remnant from some bygone era where humans actually had to worry about being stalked in the night. Just as I had that thought, someone cleared their throat in the darkness behind me. A chill ran up my spine, and my flesh broke out in these goose pimples as he spoke. This voice deep, gruff, and commanding. "What are you doing here, all the way out here so late at night?" he asked. He stepped closer, and in the moonlight, I could see him more clearly. My voice caught in my throat as I looked at his eyes and saw they were yellow, like a cat or a wolf or a snake maybe. "Haven't you been told to stay in your bunk at this hour?" His tone was predatory and overwhelmingly creepy, but his demeanor was otherwise friendly. The part of my brain telling me to run was suddenly being hushed into submission by an unfamiliar voice which told me that this was fine, and not to worry about a thing. "Look at his uniform," the voice said, and sure enough I looked down to see he was wearing a Marine Corps uniform, with the insignia indicating he was an officer. "You wouldn't want to disrespect a superior officer, would you?" the voice asked. "Sorry sir, I must have been sleepwalking. I'm just heading back towards the base. I can make it home from here." He showed his teeth in a grin and told me he'd walk with me for a stretch. "We must be distant relatives from somewhere down the line," he said as I walked. "Both of us out here walking in the middle of the night. I wish I could chalk up my trip to some somnambulism, but I'm just a run-of-the-mill insomniac. I could never get back to sleep once I'm up. I usually just go out for a long hike. It reminds me of the old days when I was deployed, I guess. Going for long marches that started before sunrise and didn't end until long past noon. The more time that went by, the more guilty I felt for having almost run from the man. He was just an ordinary guy. After the conversation became easier as we built up a rapport, and I told him about my life and my background and where I was from. When I looked back at his face, I was shocked by what I saw. Maybe there really was a family connection between the two of us. In the increasing light from the base as we drew closer to it, I saw there was a striking resemblance between us. He didn't look like that when you first saw him, that suspicious voice in my mind said uneasily. His eyes were yellow, remember? And now look at them. They're brown. But it was quickly drowned out by that other, louder voice which spoke up and said all this was okay too. It was just dark out in the dirt field, and I hadn't gotten a clear look at his face until now. "Tell me more about your parents," he said. "I want to know all about them. What are they like?" I started speaking again, feeling hypnotized as I looked into the older man's swirling brown eyes. He was walking slower and slower, and I was matching his pace. The base was close now. I could see the lights of it were very bright up ahead, less than a couple 100 yards away, but they were getting dimmer suddenly. The light was fading. But how? Were we walking backwards now? Was I even walking at all? Or was something dragging me now? It took a few moments to shake the strange sleepwalker's haze from my vision, and I realized I had been in a trance of sorts. When I looked at the man's face again through my half-closed eyes, I was astonished at what I saw. He didn't just bear a passing resemblance to me. He could have been my long-lost twin brother. His eyes were the same shade of brown, his hair close-cropped and chestnut. His jaw was defined and his nose was sharp and angular, but his smile and his teeth, those were not like mine at all. They were pointed and long, designed for tearing flesh from bone and ripping it to shreds. He was pulling me, dragging me across the dirt, deeper into the darkness again. "Who are you?" I heard myself asking, and in that second he changed completely. It wasn't like a horror movie when you see a man turn into a werewolf over a matter of a few minutes. The metamorphosis was not slow and drawn out. Instead, it happened in a split second. I blinked and the man who looked like me was no longer there. In his place was an indescribable monster, tall with long limbs, pale gray skin, and pitch black eyes. Its jaw unhinged as it revealed teeth longer and sharper than those belonging to wolf or bear. It reminded me of that strange, ethereal white masked creature from Spirited Away, full of hate and hunger and waiting to consume everything. It didn't appear solid. This thing looked like it was made of shadows. A shot was fired suddenly, bringing me out of my hypnotized stupor. I realized that I was being dragged away from the base. The creature had my shoulder between its jaw and it was biting down so hard I could feel its grating against the bone. Another shot rang out, and as I heard a few people yelling, there were footsteps and I heard someone approaching behind me. The thing tried to pick me up in its jaws, and it was so massive and so strong that it actually succeeded momentarily. I thrashed and punched it in its face, kicking it in the eyes. My shoulder was on fire and my entire arm felt like it was dangling by a thread, as if it would pop off at any second, unhinging at the joint like a Thanksgiving turkey drumstick. And then for a second I thought it would. It popped out of socket and dislocated. The flesh began to rip and tear and bleed. The creature nearly tore my arm clean off as another shot rang out. I gave it one more good, hard kick to the face, and the already wounded monster dropped me to the ground, letting out a low moan of pain. It fell, its form turning into a dark black puddle of darkness like an oil spill, before skittering off into the night like an infinitely long centipede. It blended in perfectly with the shadows. It was gone a second later. Just as a few other Marines arrived. "Are you okay?" one of them asked, helping me to my feet. "Man, I never thought I'd live to see someone get attacked by a mountain lion. You're lucky to be alive." It took me a few seconds to comprehend what he was saying. It was so bizarre. The thing which had just attacked me looked nothing like a mountain lion. It was long and tall and humanoid with a black, wispy shroud surrounding it like a living cloak. "Man, are you blind?" the other Marine asked. "That wasn't a mountain lion." I breathed a sigh of relief. I wasn't crazy. Someone else had seen the thing as well. It was a wolf, a big gray wolf. Man, I've never seen one so big. You sure are lucky to be alive though, that's for sure. "Do you want us to call for an ambulance?" I shook my head. "No, I'll be fine. I can walk." I took a nervous look at both of them, as if judging for myself again whether they were human or not. But I decided these two were the real McCoy. If not for them, I would have been that thing's dinner. The two of them walked me back towards the base, and I tried to decide whether I should tell them the truth of what I had really seen, but with each step we took, the memory started seeming more and more surreal and dreamlike, to the point where I even started to convince myself I had exaggerated what happened. Maybe it was a mountain lion, or a gray wolf, far from its pack, desperate for food. But no, the memories could have been wiped away, but the teeth marks were not. They were strange and totally unlike anything a wolf or a mountain lion might leave. When I went to the infirmary to get the bites looked at, they told me they'd never seen anything like them before. After several sets of blood cultures and antibiotics, they never did figure out what was wrong with me, or how to get rid of my symptoms, sleepwalking being primarily among them. I would get up from my hospital bed in the night, and it would take a whole team of security guards to get me back into my room. So desperate I was to escape back to the fields. I told the men I needed to get back to the dirt fields, to march. All they could do was watch as my symptoms got worse, and as black, vein-like formations began to spread from the bite wounds, like a dark plague spreading throughout my body. Everything is so cold now, and I feel like I'm losing control. I don't want to feel like this, but I can't help it. Whatever bit me, it infected me. Its contagion is spreading throughout my system, and I can no longer fight it. I get these windows of time when I'm with it enough to speak and live my life, and then I get a period of darkness where I remember nothing. They discharged me recently, leaving me alone to deal with the symptoms myself. I think they're worried about having me so close to the base. They don't know what I'm capable of anymore. Most nights I wake up far from home and don't know how I got there. Just like that night in the dirt field. Like I'm sleepwalking all over again. Except that's not what this is. This is something much worse. The dark veins are spreading up towards my neck, towards my face, making me stand out and look strange. People think they're bizarre facial tattoos, inching their way towards my skull. They keep asking me if I'm alright, as sweat pours down my reddened face and eyes dart around with nervous paranoia. The blackouts are getting longer and closer together. I don't know how much longer I have left to be me. I'm terrified of what's going to happen when those veins get to my heart and my mind. Who knows how long I have left before I'm out roaming the dirt fields looking for a meal. I think I encountered a skinwalker. I have no evidence, but I promise you all this story is real. Sorry for the wall of text. I've always been a bit of a skeptic, ever since I was a kid. Scary stories didn't faze me, horror games never frightened me, and whenever I hear something weird at night, I instantly assume it's something normal, an animal or just the house settling. Despite this, something very unsettling happened to me the other day, and I'm not really sure what to make of it. I think it's the first time in years I've been genuinely frightened. I live in a forested area in the US. Me and my girlfriend live in a large cabin, and although there are roads nearby, our nearest neighbors are at least a kilometer away. We also have 2 cats, one of which sleeps in the bedroom with us, whilst the other goes out at night and does whatever cats do when they're out of sight. Anyway, I like to stay up late at night and sleep late into the mornings, whereas my girlfriend's an early bird. It was about 1 in the morning and I was watching crappy TV in the living room while my girlfriend slept in the bedroom. I was beginning to grow tired when I heard something outside near the cat flap. For clarity, our cat flap uses an electronic chip, so only our cats can use it. I assumed it was just one of the cats coming in or leaving the house, and I just ignored it. Then I heard it again. It sounded like something thudding against the flat. It happened several times at random intervals, until I lost my patience and decided to just go and open the door. Clearly, the cat was having trouble getting in. I never thought about it at the time, but this was weird because we fed our cats well, and they're very lean rather than chubby. I passed the bedroom and peered in as I walked by to see if my girlfriend heard the noises. She was fast asleep, but the cat that sleeps with us was staring at the window. I called her name. Nothing. She kept staring. I shrugged it off and kept heading towards the kitchen. The back door through here, by the way. Anyway, so I reached the back door and saw a dark shape through the translucent flap. I sighed, expecting the cat to be out there, and opened the door. It took me a moment to open the door, and I saw the cat tense up as I opened the door. The door opened fully. I froze. It wasn't my cat. Whatever it was had started moving before I opened it up, and I only caught a glimpse of the distorted figure, kind of like a tailless dog, bolting, and I mean absolutely pelting it. I freaked out and slammed the door shut. What the hell was it? I wasn't sure. My natural skepticism kicked in, and I assumed it was just my other cat, and I merely startled it. Perhaps the darkness had made it appear larger. Nevertheless, I was creeped out and decided to go to sleep. As I slipped into bed, I realized something horrifying. The second cat was asleep on the rug. It took me a while to get to sleep that night. Everything seemed normal until a few hours later. I woke to a strange feeling of dread. Something wasn't right. My girlfriend was fast asleep. I held my breath and heard something creaking by the door. It sounded too loud to be one of the cats. It was as if a person was walking about. I reached towards my bedside cabinet and flicked on the lamp. The room was illuminated, and I saw something standing just outside the open door, staring at me. The same twisted figure I had spotted outside earlier. It wasn't very tall, maybe a little over 5 feet, but it was just a face that stared at me the most. I only caught a glimpse of it. But what I saw will stay with me forever. It looked like a dog, but with an elongated face and almost human-like eyes. You know that weird distorted snarl hounds pull when they're pissed off? It had that expression. I instantly started yelling profanities as I scrabbled backwards, trying to straighten up. The creature turned and sprinted down the hall. I heard it dash outside and go past the window behind us, just above the headboard. I managed to look out as my girlfriend started to panic as she woke up fully. We both caught a glimpse of whatever the hell this thing was, as it dashed off into the woods near our home. Grabbing my trusty shotgun from beneath the bed, as well as a couple rounds from the ammunition box that sits next to it, I ran out of the room in my underwear and rounded into the kitchen. The door was open. I'd forgotten to lock it when I saw that thing originally. I hadn't seen it since, and we still live in our cabin. But I've bought sturdy locks for all the main doors and windows in our house, and always check the exit points at night. I also go to bed a bit earlier than I used to, so I'm asleep when the freaks of the night start to wake up. I've read a bunch of forums, and the only thing I can compare it to, based on what I saw, is a skinwalker. If you know anything about these things, please let me know. Skinwalker in the woods. I live right next to a Navajo reservation, and I've made friends with many people there my age. We like to hang out, play video games, and just be normal teens. I walk over a lot since my best friend lives a little less than a mile away from me. This isn't a long trek and usually only takes me about 25 to 30 minutes. I've made this trip dozens of times and have grown very comfortable with it. I know the people along the way, so I'm not scared or on edge. There is a patch of forest, however, about midway there. It's a little unnerving sometimes. There's always the feeling of being watched. This was a regular occurrence for me, so I tried to just ignore it and shake it off as my mind playing tricks on me. This day I spent more time at my friend's house than I meant to, and when I left, it was already getting dark. I reached the stretch of forest right as the sun disappeared from the sky. I shivered a little as I readied myself to begin the journey through. I was 10 steps in when I heard a branch snap. You know the sound, the one that screams there is definitely someone or something there with you. I froze, not sure of what I should do next. Should I run? Should I turn around and book it back to my friend's house? I didn't know what the best option is in this situation. I whispered, "Hello?" Hearing my voice crack as the words fell from my lips. I don't know why I even opened my mouth, but I was out there, so I listened for any reply. My heart sank when the answer came back in the sound of my voice. "Hello?" I started to breathe too fast. My heart pounded against my chest. I felt like I might faint. "Hello?" My voice came again, but not from my mouth. I wanted to run, but my feet felt cemented to the ground. I couldn't scream. I couldn't reply, as my voice echoed over and over from a short distance away. I couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. It sounded like it was everywhere around me. "Hello? Hello, hello?" It repeated. "Stop it!" I finally managed to tear from my lips. Everything went silent. For a long minute, nothing happened. The air grew stale, and I realized for the first time that there were no typical forest sounds. There are no bugs, no frogs, or crickets. Nothing. I stood there terrified, waiting to see what would happen next. "Stop it," it mimicked back. I'd had enough and was willing to heavy legs to move. Before I could take a step, I heard rustling in the bushes 20 feet to my left. I watched in horror as a deer head with huge antlers protruded through the brush. As it came further and stood up on all twos, I took off. I flew out of those woods and all the way home in record time. I said nothing to my mom when I got there. I just went up to my room, laid down, and thought about what happened. My mother came in at some point and asked me if everything was all right. I replied with that yes, I was just tired. I don't know why I didn't tell her. I guess I might have been afraid of how she would react. I called my friend and told him everything. He freaked out and told me, no matter what happened that night, to not reply or look out my window. This terrified me even more. He said to call him the next morning and he would explain more. And that he had to speak to his grandfather as soon as possible. That night I didn't sleep at all. I stayed awake listening to every little sound the night brought. Around 3 a.m., just as I was about to drift off, the air changed. The night sounds quieted. I felt my heart begin to pound. I lay there and waited, pulling the covers up over my head like a child, far too scared to move. It came after a long moment. "Hello?" I cried. It was all I could do. "Hello?" "Stop it." It mocked what I had said in the woods again. It was terrifying enough when it copied what I said, but then it did something new. It called my name. "Amy." My mother's voice. "Amy, Amy, come here." "Hello?" "Stop it." My voice again. For the rest of the night, the creature outside my window called my name in my mother's voice and repeated what I said in the woods over and over. In the morning, when the sun broke through the dark, it finally stopped. I fell into a fitful sleep. I woke around 12 to my friend calling to tell me he had spoken to his grandfather and could explain what happened to me. He said there was a creature they called Yi Nadalushi, he who goes on all fours, or a skinwalker. He explained that it was an evil witch that used dark magic to transform into an animal with the attributes it required, and that it had caught my scent and knew me now. I was also given a warning that since it knew me, it would always follow me, that I would always have to be careful. Last night I heard scratching on my window, then a low hum. The creature began saying my name again, and also adding in things I hadn't said, in my mother's voice. At one point it started calling my name, but drawing it out really far, like, "Amy." It tried to get me to come outside, or to open the door and let it in my house. This went on all night. At this point I felt like I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do. Is it seriously going to stalk the shadows around me for the rest of my life? I don't think I can take that. Don't visit the Appalachians. I don't like to use the term skinwalker to describe the hellspawn that wander the Appalachian Mountains. I say this because the only people that believe in skinwalkers are the ones who have actually seen them. I sure as hell didn't believe in any such thing until about 2 weeks ago. The Appalachian Mountains had always been a place that I wanted to visit. The pictures on Google were enough for me. The place is fucking beautiful. I'd heard a few stories about skinwalkers roaming around the mountains during the night, which just made it all the more interesting. So I saved up some money, rented a cabin, and flew out here to experience the mountain lifestyle for a couple of weeks. The first few days were completely normal. I got settled in and felt completely fine. Hiking some surrounding trails is all that I can recall for the first 3 or 4 days. It was on that 5th day that everything began going to shit. The cabin that I had rented had 2 big floodlights facing the backyard. Every night a coyote would walk past my cabin, causing the lights to turn on. I thought nothing of it. It was honestly kind of cute. On the 5th night of my stay, I was sitting in the living room watching some satellite TV. In the corner of my eye, I saw the floodlights flicker on. I jumped up to go to see my new coyote friend through the window. Let's just say that whatever caused my floodlights to turn on that night was not a fucking coyote. Its body looked normal, except for the legs. The legs were extremely long and skinny, probably 3 times longer than any normal coyote. The thing just stared at me. My fight or flight didn't kick in. All I could do was stare back into its empty eyes. This creature then let out the loudest, most blood-curdling scream I've ever heard, then got even closer to the window. I turned around to grab my phone so I could call the police. As I was walking to the couch, the floodlights turned off. The soft glow of the old TV screen was the only light in the living room. I grabbed my phone and sprinted upstairs to my room. My first instinct was to hide in the closet, so I did just that. The closet doors had little slits in them so I could kind of see what was going on outside. I picked up my phone and tried to call the police. There was one slight problem though. My phone was dead. It was around this point that I heard knocking coming from my front door. The knocking continued for what felt like an hour. I literally had no idea what to do, so I just sat there, hoping that it would stop. It eventually did stop, but shortly after, I heard the door open. No kicking the door in or anything. It just opened. I started to cry. I could hear faint footsteps getting louder and faster as it went up the stairs. It eventually got to my room, where I thought I was dead for sure. I could hear it opening drawers and messing with my bed sheets. I peered through one of the slits in the door, but I couldn't really see anything. That was, until the creature put its disgusting, rotting face right up against the door. It was breathing so loudly that I was hurting my ears. I pushed myself back into a corner and used one of my jackets to cover me. It was my last option. I didn't know how long I sat there, but it felt like an eternity. I eventually peeked out from behind my jacket to see some light coming through the doors. I stood up and looked out. It was daytime. I couldn't hear the creature anymore. I assumed that it got spooked by the sunlight and left. I slowly opened my closet door. It was finally safe. Needless to say, I got the fuck out of there. I'm never going again. I don't want to see a therapist because they won't believe me. They'll think I'm insane. Maybe I am insane, I don't know. All I know is that whatever the locals of the Appalachian Mountains talk about these things, they aren't lying. Skinwalker stories from the past. This is a story my family told me when I was growing up. We live in a rural community on the Navajo reservation. My aunts and her 2 brothers were home alone while my grandparents had left for the evening to attend a chapter house meeting. They were in the house, and like many people from the reservation, they didn't have electricity. It had been dark outside for an hour, and my aunt and my uncles were getting ready for bed. Outside they heard noises, as if someone was moving things around outside. My oldest uncle went to look out the front window and saw a figure out by the truck. This was immensely out of the ordinary because the closest neighbor was miles away. Whatever it was opened the truck door and began to dig through the personal items that my family had left in the vehicle. My aunt and uncles were frightened by the sight and knew that they should have taken action. They took out the rifle and all steadied themselves to hold it up. They flung open the door and aimed the gun at the figure. The figure turned and started to walk towards them, totally unfazed by the weapon. My uncle pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. The figure drew closer. My aunt began to smell something like a rotting corpse. It was so strong it made her gag. My uncle continued to pull the trigger, with no luck, and the figure came closer and closer. Off in the distance, headlights were coming up the road. My grandparents were returning. The figure looked towards the light and started to move away and tucked itself behind a tree near the house. My oldest uncle ran towards the truck with a weapon. My grandfather ran into the house and over to the stove and grabbed a handful of ashes and rubbed over the gun and placed an ash-covered bullet into the chamber. He walked out into the porch and fired towards the tree. Whatever that thing was, didn't expect the gun to go off. The gunshot echoed and the dark figure began running. My grandma chased my aunt inside, and my uncles and my grandfather went after it. There weren't many roads or paths, so as my grandfather and uncles chased after the figure, the truck was bouncing and the headlights were not fixed on one particular spot. My uncle swears that when even the headlights would hit the figure, he saw a woman. Not only that, whoever it was running on all fours like a bear. My grandfather eventually stopped the truck, and as they neared the ditch that drops about 20 feet, he got out and began to yell in Navajo. My uncle says he was yelling about a local woman. He yelled that he wasn't scared and that he knew it was her and to leave his family alone. A few days passed and there was news that the woman that my grandfather was yelling about had passed. I've always been told that if you know who the skinwalker is, say their name and it will kill them. And alright guys, that was Reddit Skinwalker Encounters Volume 2. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'm always down to make a volume 3 for this if you guys really enjoy the Skinwalkers stories and want more of them. But let me know what you thought about this video down below in the comments, and let me know if you liked the video or you didn't. Leave a like and subscribe, it helps out the channel a ton. And thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. And yeah, once again, thank you guys so much for watching. And alright, until next time, see ya. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to another Reddit Stories video, and today we will be getting into some horrifying stories from Reddit. And this video will be long enough, so I'll keep the intro short, but these stories are great to just watch or listen to when you're studying, sleeping, relaxing, or just want to listen to a few scary stories. So thank you so much for stopping by and listening to these stories, and they're all great, so you'll want to stick around. And also, before we get into the video, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. The channel's goal is to be at 500,000 subscribers, and I think we can do that kind of soon. So please subscribe, and it would be great for you to join the community. And alright, anyways, without further ado, let's get into some horrifying stories from Reddit. My Uncle Matt never existed. My family and I have been going through a very strange experience over the last couple of months. It's hard to even put into words or explain what is going on. I guess I can just start off from where it all started to feel off. A few months back, my family had a big get-together. My parents both have 2 siblings. They all got married and had some kids, well, all of them except Uncle Matt. He never got married or had kids. That means I have 10 cousins. My aunts and uncles all live within 2 hours of us, so we've all grown up together. That being said, we don't normally have all my aunts and uncles in a house at once. This was a rare occasion to have a family meal when they were all free. I will not be naming every single family member in this post because that seems like a lot of information, and honestly, you've already gotten more information about my family than you ever wanted, but I promise this context is important. Okay, enough with my babbling. Let's talk about what happened that weird night. My parents and I went over to my Aunt Margot and Uncle Ken's house for a barbecue in the backyard. The backyard felt loud and chaotic. I tried to stay out of the way and get the night over with. I was honestly just there for the free food. We were all sitting down at the big table outside. I was so focused on making sure none of the napkins went flying in the wind, I wasn't even listening to the conversation. My Aunt Margot came over to the table with a plate of really burnt hot dogs. My mom immediately started to laugh at the sight of them. Is burning food genetic or something? How on earth do you guys always do that to food? The Jensens need to leave the cooking to the Millers, my mom said with a sarcastic giggle. Uncle Ken looked at her confused. What do you want about, Liz? Uncle Ken snapped back. I mean, Margot burnt the hot dogs and Matt always burns food when he cooks. Remember we had to ban him for months from cooking because we had to order takeout like 3 times in a row? Everyone at the table laughed, recalling their memories. Sighs of recollection bounced back and forth from person to person when my dad spoke up in Aunt Margot's defense. Honey, what are you talking about? Matt is your brother. I really shouldn't have to remind you of that. My mom rolled her eyes in response to my dad. I spoke up because I was suddenly confused about which side of the family Uncle Matt was actually on. You would think I would naturally just know that, but all my aunts and uncles act like siblings and call each other their siblings. My grandparents often refer to their son/daughter-in-laws as just their kids, so it isn't something I was always thinking about. Wait, I'm confused. Whose side is Uncle Matt on? What is this, the joke? I don't get it. I asked, but was only met with a laugh from all the parents at the table. I finally got an answer from my mom following the silence of the joke that somehow went over my head. Don't be silly, baby. Matt is your dad's brother. As the words left her mouth, half the table looked confused. Liz, what are you talking about? He's on your side. He's a Miller. My Aunt Margot said as she scraped off the burnt edges of her hot dog. Okay, now I'm with Amanda. I don't get the joke. My mom said while looking at me with narrow, inquisitive eyes, and then at the rest of the group. Wait. Everyone slow down, Aunt June said. Speaking up for probably the first time of the night, this is dumb. Matt is not Liz and I's brother. He has to be on the Jensen side of the family. I sat at the table watching my family in silence. Their eyes darted back and forth. They stopped laughing and were all just scratching their heads. After a few minutes, my mom got out her phone. She found an old family photo from when she was a kid. In the photo were her, my grandparents, my Uncle Paul, and my Aunt June. Nothing out of the ordinary. After looking at the picture, Aunt Margot got out her phone and looked for an old childhood photo. Aha, found one, she stated as she showed off the photo on her phone. Yet again, the photo was normal. It had my grandparents, my dad, Aunt Margot, and Aunt Susan. The next hour consisted of both sides of the family going back and forth showing photos, none of them with Uncle Matt in them. I had a few of my cousins there, but they all lost interest once they ate. I, on the other hand, couldn't be pulled away. I was engrossed in learning where the heck Uncle Matt came from. They kept talking back and forth. They figured maybe he wasn't anyone's sibling. Maybe he was related by marriage or a second cousin twice removed that I just called Uncle Matt because that was the easiest thing to call him. We all have a relative like that, right? I know an easy solution you might be thinking of is to just call him up. That's also what I said, but he was working and they didn't want to interrupt him. But guess what? I needed answers, so I decided to call him. However, when I looked at my phone, I couldn't find him in my contacts. I looked through him multiple times. I remembered texting him about something a few days back, so he should have been in my text history, but still nothing. After being weirded out by his contacts being gone, I mentioned out loud that someone should call him, regardless of him being at work. No one agreed with me. But once I told them his contact was missing from my phone, they all got curious and looked to see if he was missing for them too. We were all in shock to find him missing from all our phones. The family started to dig through the camera rolls and any digital libraries they had to try and find any photo of him. Uncle Andrew thought he had a photo of the back of him, but we soon found that we all remembered him looking differently. Uncle Andrew showed a picture of the back of a bald man who looked pretty tall. Aunt June called him crazy and recalled him having a long curly red hair. It wasn't like we hadn't seen him in a year or that he was some kind of distant memory. I saw the guy last week. He came over to my house to help me do some homework. And I can tell you, he didn't have red hair or no hair at all. He was, well, shoot. I can't remember what he looked like now that I think about it. It was safe to say we were all creeped out. As the sun went down and it got chilly out, the group moved inside. Normally, this is when everyone would go home, but I saw Aunt Margot start a pot of coffee. It was going to be a long night. The air was tense and full of unease. None of the adults wanted to go home until they had the answers. I could tell the adults wanted to talk more, but didn't want to worry the younger cousins. My older cousin Maddie clearly didn't care about anything that was going on. She just wanted to sleep. We convinced her to take my 3 young cousins into the basement so they could all get some sleep, but not me. I was invested. Uncle Matt and I are close. We see each other all the time. How could I not have a shred of evidence that he even existed? As my cousins shuffled downstairs, all the adults huddled around a big whiteboard Aunt Margot slapped on the kitchen table. They started to write down everything they could remember, what he looked like, the last time they saw him, memories of him. None of it was coherent. It seemed he was a completely different person in all our memories, even if it was a memory where multiple people were around. One of the only things that we could all agree on was that the Jensens always thought he was on the Miller side of the family, and the Millers always thought he was on the Jensen side. My mom recalled the story of Matt, my dad going to a lake to fish, but the hook got stuck on Matt's hat and went flying. My dad told us he remembered my mom telling him the same exact story many times. Everyone had memories of stories where he was on the other side of the family. Soon, everyone was on the phone with a new family member, trying to tell them the situation and asking what they thought about everything. My aunts and uncles were talking to realities on their phone I didn't even know. Relatives that probably only met Matt a couple of times at best. All I heard was one dead end at a time. No one knew where he came from or where he went. So the big question was, who is Matt? Was he just some random guy who weaseled his way into the family, telling one side of the family one thing and the other side another? Or was it something so much worse? As the sun came up that Saturday morning, we were all still scratching our heads. The deeper we got into who Matt was, the more freaked out everyone got. I was honestly surprised they had let me stay with them all night long. The more digging everyone did, the farther away we felt. The more rabbit holes we went down, the less real he seemed. We couldn't find any evidence that he ever existed. Some of us searched all over the internet for Matt Jensen or Matt Miller, and a few of us searched for other last names in the family. Of course, it was kind of hard to know who we were looking for, given we didn't know what he really looked like. After hours of discussion, we compiled a list of attributes that never wavered about Uncle Matt. He was a man, he never had a mustache, he was tall, he was bad at math, and he loved Jim Carrey movies. That might seem like a random grouping of facts, but that's because it was. We couldn't even remember where his house was. Some of us completely forgot, and others remembered different houses. It didn't matter. We weren't going to start knocking on doors to find a man we were concerned never existed. We started to believe that as soon as we began to question who he was, just simply started to fade away into nothingness. Like it was some kind of self-destructive on its own consciousness. It was around 9 a.m. that morning when people started to fall asleep on couches. The night before started with everyone being determined and saying the night wouldn't end until we found Uncle Matt, but here we all were, exhausted and with little to no answers. It felt like accepting defeat by napping on the couch, but we couldn't do much else. At 11 a.m., we all woke up to the sound of my cousins playing in the room next over. We all sat up and rubbed our eyes. We could practically see the gears turning in everyone's head as they woke up from their stupors. I could tell when they realized their memories actually happened and it wasn't just a weird fever dream. My Aunt Margot stumbled to the kitchen while yawning and started to dig in the pantry for something substantial the kids could eat. It was clear they had already raided the cookie stash. As the adults had a quiet conversation, we heard something come from my cousin Cass that made us freeze. "Yeah, remember last night when Uncle Matt gave us those cookies? It was so much fun," my small cousin said with a hop and a skip. "Wait, Cass, get over here and say that again," my Uncle Andrew yelled in, an attempt to sound intimidating, but came out with a voice crack. Cass walking over to us, looking like a confused puppy who just got yelled at. "What did I do wrong, Uncle Andrew? I thought if Uncle Matt offered us cookies, I could have them." "Cass, you're not in trouble. This is very important. Are you telling me Uncle Matt was with you guys last night?" Uncle Andrew tried to say in a gentle tone to not scare Cass. "I mean, not the whole night, but he brought us all cookies and put us on a movie for us. Then he said he wanted to go hang out with you guys upstairs," Cass told us with a quiet voice. Everyone started to frantically look around the room, looking for any evidence of him being there last night. We quickly asked the rest of the cousins if they saw Matt, and some kids did and some didn't. I noticed something when I started to count the objects in the room. There were 10 adults and me upstairs last night, so there should have been 11 people in total, but I saw 12 plates out with the leftover crumbs from our late night pizza, 12 spots laid out for sleeping in the living room, and 12 mugs or cups of coffee. He was here last night. As I mentioned what I found, my dad said he remembered seeing him last night. He said Matt brought him some water. Uncle Paul said he saw him go to the bathroom but couldn't remember him coming out. They mentioned how it felt like it never actually happened, but he managed to place the memory in them after the fact. How else would they see Uncle Matt right in front of them and not realize what was happening? I had a strange feeling that started to bubble up. I felt uneasy and restless. "Wait, something is off here," I said loudly to the room. "Everyone line up on the wall. I want to try something." For a second, they all looked at me confused. They normally wouldn't let me boss them around like that, but they were all desperate and tired. All the adults lined up against the wall. As I walked by them, I counted out loud. Something strange happened. I counted 12 people, including me. None of the kids were lined up. I wasn't counting myself twice. There was an extra person. Uncle Matt wasn't just here last night. He was with us in the room at that moment. Other members of the family even tried to count. We did it over and over again, even adding one of the kids to the mix, but every single time there was one extra person, but we still couldn't see them. How was he hiding in plain sight? Everyone ended up leaving my Uncle Margot's house that afternoon. We were all still extremely creeped out about the whole thing, but what could we do about it? Not much. It's not like Uncle Matt ever did anything violent, mostly normal behavior except for a few memories of him that were kind of weird. One of us remembered seeing him in the kitchen, stacking and unstacking bolts for hours. Another person remembered him once packing for a vacation, but his suitcase only had trash bags in it. And I have a memory of us sitting in front of the fireplace with him reading the instruction manual to a blender for a bedtime story. At least those were the kind of memories we had in the beginning. As the weeks went on, we started to remember things that got more and more concerning. He showed up in our houses in the middle of the night, or buying us all hammers for Christmas. He once bought hundreds of dollars worth of knives and put them in my dad's car. Once we developed disturbing memories of him, we tried to tell the police. Of course, they couldn't find any evidence of his existence, so they couldn't help us. It didn't help our case that we couldn't even give them a last name. How on earth are they supposed to find a guy based on his last name being Matt and no physical features? So, who is Uncle Matt? I can say with 100% certainty, I have no clue. Is he a man? Is he an entity? Is he a figment of our imaginations, or is he nothing at all? I don't know. That's the worst part of it all. He seems to always be around at family dinners. Most of the time I count the number of people, I end up with an extra person. He feels like a virus, always implanting a memory of himself being around, but in the moment I never see him. It seems to be a family joke at this point, always leaving out an extra plate for him or something. In my opinion, no one is taking this situation seriously. I know he hasn't hurt anyone, but why should we wait for something to happen? I swear I can feel it when he shows up. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up. My family has given up on trying to figure out who or what Uncle Matt is, but I haven't. It feels like they have all just forgotten the disturbing memories of him. I swear the deeper I dig to find him, the worse the memories get. Like he is rotting and festering in my memories, right before my eyes. I'm starting to think it's his attempt to stop me from looking for him. The fact that he's punishing me for looking for him makes my concern grow more and more. Why is he suddenly running now that I am on him? Why is he so afraid of me finding him? And what will happen once I do find him? I will find you, Uncle Matt. I will find out what you are. There's a man in the baby's room. It's odd that I was dreaming about my daughter the moment before I opened my eyes and saw her peering at me beside my nightstand. In the inky darkness of my bedroom, I could just make out her 6-year-old outline, her hands threaded together at her waist, fulfilling her dubious mane when disturbing someone of authority. Chubby cheeks that always pulled her lips into a smirk, that curly blonde hair she got from her mother, who was delicately snoring beside me. I was groggy and no sunlight had penetrated the windows yet, so I knew it was the middle of the night. Lucy? Daddy, there's a man in the baby's room. Such sinister words from the sweetest voice. In a flash, I ripped the covers from my body, waking my wife in the process, then raced down the hallway, past the pictures hung on the wall, and into the bedroom on the end. With a simple flick of a switch, I was exposed to my 2-month-old son's room, the mint-colored walls, the boxes of gifted diapers from the baby shower, a basket of plush animals, a tub of pacifiers and wipes. But behind the crib, where my son Noah was sleeping, was something appalling. An intruder crawling through the window. The intruder craned his neck when the light blasted on and alerted him of my presence. It was then when I noticed the knife. The man was large, with greasy long hair and an unkempt beard. He smelled of body odor and that sour, putrid smell of vaporized drugs. I leapt into action before he could achieve a sturdy footing or leverage the knife to his advantage. I skirted the crib where my son still slept and removed a heavily bookend from the bookcase. Then, as unsupported baby books tumbled off the shelf, I bludgeoned the intruder in the arms as he flailed and teetered on the windowsill. After the intruder took several missed swipes with the knife, my aim became focused on his head. After my weapon made contact with his skull a few times, he withdrew into the backyard, lumbering awkwardly around our flower bed before hobbling over our fence and disappearing into the dark street. I picked up Noah, who thankfully was still sleeping and oblivious, and held him firmly against my chest. "What's going on? Why is the window open?" I heard my wife ask behind me as she came into the Noah's room. "Call 911 now. We just had an intruder." "What?" she laughed. "Now," I demanded, loud enough to vocally project my fear but unintentionally lifted Noah from slumber. She phoned the police as I flipped on every light switch in the house, especially the exterior ones, and cruised through the rooms with Noah on my hip, doing my best to calm him. It took 2 laps through the living room, but eventually he was calm enough for my wife and I to talk about her phone call. "Will you tell me what happened?" she asked. "Yeah, sorry I yelled earlier. I was just emotional, you know? It's okay, what's happened?" "Somebody was trying to break into the house through Noah's room. I forgot to lock the window after we painted his room. Remember we opened it for ventilation? I'm so sorry, honey. Something could have..." "Stop it," my wife demanded. "Noah's okay. You're okay. I'm okay. Everyone is fine." "You're right. Police are on their way. They'll find the guy. He won't be hard to pick out of the lineup, some drug-addled thief looking for a score." "What made you wake up? Was Noah crying?" I paused for a moment to consider an answer, then looked at my curious-eyed son. "Yeah, Noah's crying woke me. I feel terrible. I slept right through his crying fit." "Don't worry, everything turned out for the best. How about some coffee, hon?" She went to the kitchen and I heard the coffee pot being washed. I took Noah to the hallway and propped his body up on my side so he was eye level with the photographs that lined the hallway. I showed my son a picture of a 6-year-old girl with blonde curls that flanked a grin between chubby cheeks. "That's Lucy, Noah. She's your big sister." Noah, with tiny, stumpy fingers, reached out and planted a palm on the frame. "I always knew she would be a good sister. She died before you were born, Noah, and your mother and I miss her every day. But it's good to know she's still looking out for her little brother." I caught my grandfather talking to an air vent. My grandfather isn't the type of man who is particularly communicative. Actually, he barely bothers to speak at all unless it's a grunt of satisfaction aimed at a piece of pork chop or a prod to turn the TV channel back to golf. My mother says he's just selective with his words. I prefer to call him what he is: a dick. He's always been this way, even when I was an adorable little toddler teetering my way around his living room. He barely acknowledged me. He would just sit in his plush armchair and read the paper, ignoring my squeals of delight as I practiced my dance recital in front of him. "Pappy, Pappy, look," I would squawk in his direction. He would just shift his newspaper higher in his lap to hide me from his view. It was always Grandma who offered me any sort of grandparent-related comfort. She doted on me throughout my childhood, pinching my cheeks, baking me cookies, cooing at every sound or accomplishment I made. So when she passed away last spring, I was heartbroken. Apparently, so was my grandfather. That's when my mother cooked up the idea for a granddaughter-grandfather bonding extravaganza. She shipped me off to live with him for 2 weeks during summer vacation while she took a honeymoon with her new husband. Even though I am 15, I am purely capable of staying alone for 2 weeks. My mother just couldn't resist the opportunity to kickstart the grandfatherly affection that should have taken place the day I popped out of the womb. "You'll have fun, honey," she said earnestly as she practically kicked me out of the moving car. "He doesn't even talk," I yelled in frustration. "Yes, he does," my mother rolled her eyes. "You just have to listen." The first week and a half ticked by pretty much like I expected. We ignored each other in gruff silence and ate our meals separately, him in front of the TV and me in the guest room. It wasn't until the last night of my visit that I got up in the middle of the night to piss, only to find a light shining from his bedroom. Curious, I peeked around from around the corner. My grandfather was sitting in his armchair, a glass of scotch in his hand, and eyes puffy from tears. His gaze was trained towards the air vent next to his bed. "I wish you were still here," he whispered. I could barely hear him over the clink of the ice in the glass. "You wish who were here?" I asked lightly, stepping forward. His gaze up towards me and he beckoned me to sit down on the edge of the bed. I balanced myself on the edge and looked back at him nervously. I don't think we've ever sat this close next to each other. Wordlessly, he handed me the glass of scotch. I took a sip and let the liquid bite my tongue, sending shivers down my spine. I handed it back to him. "I think it's time you know about my sister," he murmured. This is his story, in his words. "I know you don't think very highly of me. I don't think very highly of me either. Honestly, there are a lot of things I would change if I could. You're young, but you'll understand that one day. My parents and I lived here ever since I was a little boy. Back then, after the war, this place was like a castle. I loved living here. This was actually my room, believe it or not. and for an 8-year-old boy, it was my kingdom. I used to pretend that my mother and father were the king and queen and I was the prince. I would rule over my stuffed animals as if they were subjects. My parents actually encouraged it. They thought it was cute. My mother was a homemaker. Back then, most women were. So she was always around to cook and clean and play my childish games with me. My father was different. He was attentive when he was home, but he was rarely home. See, he was a preacher. He was a man of faith. When you are young, you just trust your parents. You take them on their word. You believe what they say, and you have no reason to consider otherwise. So when they told me to go to church 3 times a week, I dutifully followed through. It was fun being the preacher's son. My mother and I always seemed to bathe in a heavenly glow whenever we went. People knew us as the perfect family, a family of faith in God and virtue. My father was known as a man of God, someone the community should trust in. So when my father told me to ignore the sounds coming from the attic, I did. I first noticed the sounds the day we moved in. I was sleeping when I heard a muffled cry coming from the air vent. The cry was immediately silenced with a dull thud. I fell back to sleep instantly. For the next few weeks, I would hear the occasional pitter-patter of footsteps or the offbeat thud in the middle of the night. My father told me that we had rats. I learned to grow accustomed to the random spurts of noise, much as children do. Then one night, I was playing in my room when I should have been sleeping. I held my fake sword up to my stuffed animals and pretended to knight them. I was asking them to bow down to me when I heard it. Hello? The voice was a muffled echo, barely reaching my ears. It was a girl's voice. I think that's why I paid it so much attention. I wasn't allowed to have girls in the house. Someone there? The voice echoed again. I realized at this point that it was coming from the air vent next to my bed. I quickly scrambled towards it, letting my fake sword clatter to the floor. Who's there? I asked, using the bravest voice I had. Polly, I live in attic. It's then that I noticed how childish the voice sounded, how strained it was. I bent my head closer to the vent. You my brother? The voice asked. I'm not sure. Are you my sister? I encountered. Don't know. Daddy says I have brother, but won't let me see him. Why not? Daddy says something wrong with me. Is there? I can't think real good. Oh, who's your father? I asked. Michael Larson. That's my father, I yelled excitedly. That means that you must be my sister if we have the same father. That how it work? I think so, but I guess I don't really know. I don't know either. We were silent for a little while. Why do you live in the attic? I finally asked, the question burning the roof of my mouth. Daddy say I can't leave because I'm not like everyone else. So you've never been outside? Don't think so, Polly said nervously. Not allowed to talk about it. Oh. I sat back on the bed, puzzled. I'm going to bed, I said hesitantly into the air vent. Oh, okay, Polly answered back. Her face faltered, and for a moment I thought she was going to cry. But I'll be back, I said urgently, trying to calm her down. You will? Of course, I'm your brother, I assured her. And I your sister. The next morning I woke up excited. Not only was it Saturday, but I had a sister. I bounded down the stairs 2 at a time, eager for breakfast, like every Saturday. My mother had laid out a full breakfast spread for us. After Father led us in our morning prayer, I dug into the steaming pancakes and sausages on my plate. Whoa there, champ, my father laughed as he watched me shoveling the food into my mouth. What's the rush? I want to finish quickly so I can go play with my sister, I explained through a bite of toast. My mother's face went stone gray as if she had just seen a ghost. My father clenched his jaw and very carefully put down his fork and knife. They didn't make a sound. MJ, he said with an edge he couldn't hide. You don't have a sister. I looked up from my plate, confused. Yes, I do. She lives. Enough, my dad roared, pounding the table with his fist. My mom was now looking down at her hands folded neatly in her lap. I saw a small tear fall onto her plate. Can't you see you're making your mother upset with your lies? He hissed. But I'm not. Go to your room this instant, MJ, he demanded. And if you try to lie to us again, I promise you that you'll never get to leave your room. I pushed back my chair and ran from the table, hot, messy tears sliding down my face. I threw myself onto my bed and cried at the unfairness of it all. After a few minutes, I heard her. You okay, Polly asked. Anger fled in my chest. No, I spat bitterly. I got in trouble and it's all your fault. What happened? I could hear her concern, but I didn't care. I told my dad that I had a sister and he yelled at me and grounded me. I hiccuped between sobs. You told Daddy we talked? She said in a panicked voice. Kinda. You shouldn't have done that. I could hear her voice trembling. I'm going to be in real trouble. He could kill me. Yeah, well, you deserve it, I screamed at the air vent. You ruined my whole day. I was fine before I met you. I could now hear Polly crying through the air vent. I thought her muffled sobs would make me feel better, but they only made me feel worse. Guilt bubbled in my stomach. I put a pillow over my head to drown out her crying. I must have fallen asleep because when I woke up, the pillow was on the floor and I could hear Polly again. But this time, she wasn't alone. No, she whimpered. How did you find a way to talk to him? A voice hissed at her. I immediately sat up, my heart pounding in my ears. I knew that voice. No, I'd be good, Polly cried back. I could hear a thump and Polly cry out. I pressed my ear closer to the event. I talked to no one. You're lying, my father's voice yelled back. No, I don't lie. I heard another thump and now Polly was crying louder. I shivered as I listened to what was happening above my head. You better be my good little girl, my father replied. You know what happens when you're a bad girl. Please, no, I very good. Take your clothes off. No, I don't lie. Polly's voice was interrupted by another slap. I heard her cry out, and I had to clamp my hands over my mouth so I wouldn't either. You heard me, my father challenged. Take your clothes off. I sprinted from my bedroom and ran all the way downstairs. A part of me really hoped to see my dad sitting in the living room when I rounded the corner. I prayed, I begged God that I would see my father sitting in his favorite chair. I prayed that I was just imagining things, that my creativity had gotten the better of me, but when I turned into the living room, I saw only my mother sitting rigidly on the sofa as she knitted. Mother, I said, tears were still dripping from my face. Mother, where's father? I was shaking. She looked up at me with a sad smile. He's praying, darling. Are you telling the truth? Of course, dear, she said, but her eyes told me something different. Come on now, she said. Let's listen to something on the radio. Your favorite program should be starting soon. I took my seat beside her and she could turn on the radio. She hummed as she continued knitting, her mouth pressed in a firm and tight line. She held the needle so tightly that her fingertips were turning white. I love your father, she said. I know, Mother. I know. My father's knife cut through the steak as if he was cutting through butter. The meat bled lightly, just how he liked it. Are you done lying, MJ? He asked without looking up from his plate. Yes, sir, I am, I answered back. I let my imagination get the better of me. He smiled at me and pointed his knife towards my mother. And what do you have to say to the woman who gave birth to you? My face flushed red. I'm sorry, Mother. There's my good boy, he said as he continued to eat. I think you learned your lesson then. I did. The dinner talk then turned towards my church fundraiser happening the next weekend. My mother promised she would bake her famous pecan pie. My father discussed who from Bible study would be attending. After dinner, I excused myself to my bedroom. Polly, I whispered into the air vent. I heard a small series of sniffling as if she was crying. Guilt boiled in my chest. Polly, I'm sorry, I mumbled. Can you forgive me? I guess, Polly replied. Are you okay? No. I looked around my room for a second. Well, whenever I'm sad, I like to play a game, I explained as I picked up my toy sword. Do you want to play with me? Okay, well, I'll be the prince and you can be the princess, and we both have kingdoms that we can rule. Yours can be the attic and mine can be my bedroom. Does that sound fun? I heard her sniffle. I be princess? Of course, I assured her. You can be anything you want to be. And that's how it started, with a game. We would wait until I heard my father go to sleep every night, and then we would give our secret code. I would tap the inside of the air vent twice, and if she could talk, she would tap right back. Then we knew it was safe to play. Some nights we would rule over our kingdoms, while other nights I would read her stories from one of my books. Some nights we would just talk. It was nice having her around. I grew accustomed to our routine. But like all routines, sometimes they break. Sometimes I would tap into the air vent and hear nothing back except some weird groans and the occasional thud. When I would go downstairs, I would always see my father knitting silently in the living room, knuckles white. Father was nowhere to be seen. That's how I knew he was in the attic with Polly. Polly didn't like to talk much after those times. What outside like? Polly asked one night. I was lying on my back, my head toward the air vent. I pondered for a second. It's big, I guess, I said lamely, but it's cold now because it's almost Christmas time. There's a lot of snow. What's snow like? You've never seen snow? No. Well, I said, why don't I show you? Polly paused. I don't leave attic ever. I sat up on my bed. What if you left just once? I can come and get you. I can take you outside so you can see the snow, then I can take you back. Father won't have to know. Like secret, Polly asked. I could hear the excitement bellow out of her. Outside, outside, she yelled, forgetting the hushed tones we normally used. I laughed. Yes, let's do it, I screamed as I got up in the excitement. When? Polly yelled. We can go right. Who are you talking to? My father interrupted. My face turned beet red as I turned from the air vent to face him. I was caught. No one, I mumbled weakly. I'm just playing a game. My father's eyes wandered to where my stuffed animals were, shoved away into the corner, forgotten and abandoned. With who? He challenged. No one, sir, just myself. His face turned to stone and he nodded gruffly at me. Carry on then. Just try to keep it down. And he turned out the door. I nearly shit myself with relief that he had believed me. I waited a few minutes before I spoke again. Let's wait until he goes to bed, then I can take you, I whispered. But I didn't get a response. Polly? I asked after a few more minutes. Polly, do you still want to go outside? No, my father's voice answered back. She doesn't. I clapped my hands over my mouth and bolted upright from my bed. MJ, Polly answered back weakly. Help. But I stood frozen. I didn't move when I heard thud after thud after thud. I didn't move when Polly whimpered out from her brother. I didn't move when I heard my father smack her. And I still didn't move when the attic turned as silent as the snow outside. I stood there, in the middle of my room, with my hands balled into fists at my side. I stood there as I heard my father leave the attic, his steps staggered and heavy. I stood there as I saw the porch light blink into life outside of the window. And I stood there as I watched my father digging, and digging all night long. In the morning, there was a raised patch of dirt under the maple tree that wasn't covered with snow like the rest of the backyard. And the air vent was silent. My grandfather put down his glass and stared back towards the air vent. The room seemed heavier now. Her name was Polly, I asked. He nodded. Like you, he smiled weakly. When you were born, I asked your mother to name me Polly. Does she know why? She knows I had a sister. She doesn't know much else. I was silent for a second. What did you do after it happened? My grandfather looked down into his drink. Nothing. Just like what I did when it was happening. What was wrong with her? I asked slowly. Why did your father keep her locked away? He was silent for a moment before he took a swig of his drink. I think she had Down syndrome. I think my father was ashamed of that, he sighed. Grandpa, Don't, he interrupted. It's not necessary. We sat in silence for a few minutes, listening to the gentle hum of the air vent. Polly would have made a fine princess, I whispered. He smiled, and for a second, I could have sworn that I saw the flicker of what he had been like as an 8-year-old boy. Yes, he agreed. She would have. And I accidentally participated in the Harvard wormhole experiment. They gave me $1 million to keep my trap shut, and I did for 15 years. But last night I was making the rounds and I saw the professor again. I had a heart attack 3 years back, and I tell you, when I saw him standing there in front of room 204, I felt another one coming on. He turned and smiled, and it was like he hadn't aged a day in 15 years. Hey there, Chief, he said. And that was it. I dropped my clipboard on the ground and hightailed it out of there, never looking back. What I'm about to tell you is liable to make me sound crazier than a 3-horned goat, but I promise you, there's crazier things out there. The cops don't believe me. The official story is that the professor and those students died 15 years ago. Room 204 just up and exploded. They said, damn this thing. And there's some truth there, but the room did explode. But it wasn't an accident. We knew exactly what we were doing, or we thought we did. They call me an assistant supervisor of maintenance, but really I'm a janitor and always have been. You might wonder why I'm still at it after getting that $1 million. That dough is for Junior. so he doesn't have to go through the same shit that I did. The night this happened, I was assigned to the Astrophysics Center, a bit northwest of the main Harvard campus. Until that night, this was always my favorite beat. I mean, God help you if you wound up at one of the biology labs. Those goddamn dead, cut open animals all over the place used to give me nightmares. And really, thinking back, I'd take those nightmares of mutilated and scattered organs any night over the stuff that has haunted me ever since. Anyway, I was there mopping the hallway on the second floor of the lab building when the door to room 204 opened up and this guy popped his head out. "Hey, you." I looked around to make sure he was talking to me. Yes? Can I help you, sir?" I thought he was going to bitch about the room being a mess or something. "How'd you like to make $1,000, Chief? An hour's work at most. Easy money. Does that sound good to you?" It sure did. Things were tight at home, as they always were. $1,000 would knock off some of those long overdue bills, but I was also on a tight schedule. They didn't give you much breathing room. "Don't want you standing around thinking about it all, I guess." "That sounds great, sir," I said, "but I gotta stick to my beat." The man laughed. "We're about to make history, Chief," he said. "And you're worried about emptying the bathroom trash? Come on, don't sweat it. You won't get in much trouble, I promise. I'm a professor here. I'll vouch for you." The guy did look like a professor, with carefully combed gray hair and big old glasses on his face. I shrugged, leaned my mop against the wall and said, "Sure. What do I have to do?" "That's fantastic. Come on in, Chief. Come on in." I followed him into the room. One look and I should have just turned around then and there and told him to keep his damn money, but I didn't. As soon as I stepped in, I felt the little hairs all over my body stand up. I don't mean I was scared. I mean like there was an electrical charge in that room, and I had a guess about where it was coming from. There, in the center of the room, on a round table, was a large glass globe crackling with electricity, like what you see if you go into a kid's science museum. Like they somehow created a lightning storm in a glass ball. This one was sort of vibrating around on its stand and buzzing, and the lightning inside was black. I could feel the electricity coming from it, from across the room. There were 4 kids there, students, I guessed, sitting in a row of chairs along the wall. More than sitting. They were strapped into those chairs, with metal things over their heads, like those big bowls things you see at a hair salon. They all had their eyes closed. I said. What's going on here? Those kids okay?" "They're quite fine," said the professor. "As to what is going on, as I said, we're about to make history. We're going to open the first wormhole." "Wormhole?" I said. "Like in the movies?" My professor laughed. "I suppose so, Chief," he said. "Now listen, we had a last-minute cancellation, and that's okay because it's an easy job. We're going to be kicking things off here shortly, and once they are properly kicked off, the wormhole will open. I will enter. If I'm not back in 30 minutes, you are to pull that lever there, and this will close the wormhole." I looked to where he was pointing, at a big red lever attached to a giant whirling machine that was hooked up to the metal bowls over the students' heads. "But won't you be trapped on the other side of the wormhole?" I asked. Not that I had the slightest idea of what the hell was going on. "Just so, Chief," said the professor. "We've got this down to 2 possibilities. 1, the wormhole opens up to what we're calling the second universe. The best way that I can explain the possibility is that there's a different reality that exists on the other side of this one, the other side of an invisible wall. The wormhole will provide a door in that wall. And the other possibility? That the wormhole will open to a place that man is not meant to go. 30 minutes will give me enough time to get in and out if the first possibility is true. And if it's the second, then you'll close the hole with that lever, and my students will destroy my work." This was all way above my pay grade, and my head was spinning. Why only 2 possibilities? How the hell did they come up with those 2? And if this real, why the hell would the professor take a coin toss chance of getting stuck in the place that man was not meant to go? I mean, those were just starter questions among the swarm that was buzzing around my head. "I see that you have some reservations," said the professor. "I assure you that your job is to pull that lever after 30 minutes. That's it, Chief. We'll take care of the rest, and anything that happens isn't on you. The documentation is quite in order." He tapped a folder that was sitting on the circular table. "And here, I'll write you a check now before we proceed." As he wrote out the check, I wondered if it would still be valid if he got swallowed up in the wormhole. I actually had that thought, as crazy as it sounds. It was still all so weird and abstract to me at that point. "Here," he said, handing over the check. "Let's do it, Chief." As soon as I enter that hole, give me exactly 30 minutes on the dot. That's all you have to do. I took the check, mumbled a thanks, and watched as he walked over to the machine. He pulled the lever. There was a loud cracking sound, and I watched in unease as one by one the students' eyes shot open. There were no pupils there, like their eyes were rolled back in their sockets. Hey now, I said, taking a step towards the machine. They are quite fine, said the professor. I assure you. Their jaws started to move like they were grinding their teeth. The professor took a jar of neon blue liquid from a shelf on the wall. He unscrewed the lid and poured the stuff over the electric globe on the round table. The thing started going crazy, and then the globe shattered completely, bits of glass flying through the air as shoots of black lightning zapped down into the room. I ducked down. I had had enough by then, and was ready to get the hell out of there. Then it happened. A fucking black hole appeared in the middle of the room, sucking in the bolts of electricity. It grew larger and larger until it took up half the room. All I could hear was this rushing sound, like the world's largest vacuum cleaner running at full throttle. Remember, Chief? Shouted the professor, with a wild look on his face. 30 minutes exactly. Then he stepped into the thing and was gone. At first, my mind was a mess, staring at this whooshing black hole that seemed hungry to suck everything in. I looked at the kids hooked up to the machine, their eyes rolled black. White holes. I guess they looked like their jaws grinding away like crazy. It was too much to make sense of. I looked down at my watch. 15 minutes and 31 seconds had gone by since the professor got swallowed up by the wormhole. My heart was pounding and I kept pacing back and forth, trying to work out what the hell was going on. Then I started to zero in on it. I was getting pranked. Not a prank like we used to do as kids, setting dog shit on somebody's front steps and all that idiocy. I mean a prank like these sophisticated college folk do, where they tell you something's going on, but the whole point is to just observe your reaction. A psychological experiment. Probably cameras in here watching me right now. See what I do. 12 minutes to go. I saw a trickle of blood come down from one of the kids' nose. I leaned down to look at him closely. He was shaking a little bit, all over. If I throw that lever, this will probably stop. Maybe that was the test. I had to decide between trapping the professor in the black hole and saving the kids hooked up to the machines. None of it was real, of course, but they didn't know that I knew that. But then, screaming in the back of my mind was that voice. What if it is real? 10 minutes to go. The professor had promised me that the kids were all right. Another one started bleeding from the nose. If it wasn't real, it was a hell of a trick. Where did the professor go, if not through that black hole? I thought about touching it, but whenever I got close, I was filled with total terror. It sure seemed real. Like it really took you someplace far, far away from here. I walked over to the table and picked up the folder that was there. Just like the professor had said. The first page was instructions to shut down the machine and destroy it if he didn't return within 30 minutes. I flipped that page over, and the next one had a photograph of one of the students. I read what it said. It was a consent form. I, Jackson Stewart, acknowledge the possibility of imminent death if I participate in this experiment. I'm prepared to give my life to science. I flipped that page, and there were 3 more just like it. Now, I'm no lawyer, but there was no way in hell that was an experiment was legal. If it was real, even with those consent forms, so it probably wasn't real. And if it was, then the professor lied to me. He had said that the kids were fine. This folder was telling me something else. 2 minutes to go. I took a deep breath and paced the room, watching each second tick by. My mind was telling me that none of it was real, but my gut was screaming in horror. I just looked at my watch. It'd be over soon enough, one way or the other. 30 seconds. I walked over to the machine and put my hand on the lever. God damn it, why is he cutting it so close? I watched the seconds tick by. I didn't know if I could do it. I didn't know if I could risk trapping the professor wherever the hell he had gone off to. 5 seconds. My hand was shaking. 4 seconds. Sweat was pouring down my face, dripping into my eyes. 3 seconds. One of my students started to moan. The one that I saw was named Jackson in the folder. 2 seconds. Oh God, oh God, oh God. 1 second. Jackson started to shake. 0 seconds. Shit. I tensed my muscles to pull the lever. One look at Jackson, and I knew I had to pull it. He was violently jerking around now. Wait! I snapped my neck around to see the professor's head sticking out of the black hole. Wait, damn it! Then his shoulders went through. I turned back to Jackson. Blood was pouring out of his eyes. I'm almost through. A second kid started to shake. 1 more second. I looked to see that the professor was through. He was back in the room. Do it, he shouted. 2 things happened after that. At the exact same time, I heard a wet popping sound, and I watched as the wormhole disappeared, as though it was never there. But I had never pulled that lever. I slowly turned to look at Jackson. His head was gone. Judging by the bits of brain and splatters of blood on the bowl thing above his neck, his head had just exploded. The whirling of the machine gradually died down, and then it was silent. The 3 kids who were still alive stopped shaking and closed their eyes. A tragedy, said the professor, pointing at Jackson with the exploded head. But not for nothing. I've been there. I've seen it. Chief, I've seen it. I hunched over and puked. It was weird, but my first thought was, what a mess I'll have to clean up later. I don't know. I guess my mind had sort of shut down and I was going on autopilot. I was the janitor. I cleaned up messes. That was all I knew. Then it hit me, the reality of what had happened. You son of a bitch, I yelled. You told me those kids would be okay. The professor put this sickening, smug grin on his face. He would have been, Chief, had you pulled the lever at the 30-minute mark as instructed. You told me to wait. Did I? Yes, you fucker. I'm calling the police. I had a walkie clipped to my belt. It wouldn't give me the police, but it would give me campus security. I reached for it and had it in my hand when I heard a groan beside me. I turned to see that it was one of the kids. They were waking up. I went over to unstrap them from the chairs. The first kid's eyes blinked open, and when she saw the professor, she started screaming. It's okay, I said. Shh, it's okay, it's okay. It's all over. She kept screaming. Then the second kid woke up. He looked right at me with wide, terrified eyes. Get us out of here, he shouted. I'm working on it, kid, I said, fumbling at the straps. They were on tight. The third kid woke up. It's here, she said. It made it through. Everything's okay now, I said. Your friend didn't make it, I'm afraid, but it's over. I'll make sure the professor pays for what he did to you and your friends. The first kid was still screaming at the top of her lungs. Get us out of here, shouted the second kid again. The third kid looked at me dead in the eyes and, in a totally calm voice, said, That's not the professor. What? Of course it is, I said. What I saw when I turned to look at the professor will haunt me forever. The professor's mouth was twisting around at odd angles, like something was moving the lower half of his jaw randomly, or like he was trying to get a hair out of his mouth that kept jumping around. The veins on his neck bulged, then sunk back down, then bulged again, so that they were thick as ropes. His wrists were rotating in ways they weren't supposed to rotate, as his arms flailed around wildly. I had the first kid, the screaming one, free. She jumped out of the chair and ran to the door, but her legs were wobbly, and she tripped over herself in the middle of the room. I went to work on the second kid, whipping my head around every second to look at the professor. It looked like there was something crawling around under his skin. Something big. Get us out of here, the second kid shouted yet again. The first kid was still on the ground, screaming. I worked away furiously on the straps. If you believe in God, said the third kid with an eerie calm, then pray. I took a glance at the professor, and that's when the first bone burst out of his chest, through his suit. I call it a bone, but it was pure black, and dripping with green slime. As for me, said the third kid, I do not believe that there is a God. Not after what I have seen. The second kid was free and made a run for it. I scooted over to the third kid, but watched as the professor reached out an arm and grabbed the second kid by the top of his head. The professor gave one quick twist and let go. I heard a terrible snap, and the kid slumped to the ground, dead. 3 more black bones came out of the professor's chest, dripping. He laughed and bent down to the first kid, who was still screaming, as bones began to poke out of his back like a fucking stegosaurus from hell. What is that thing, I asked as I fumbled as the strap, said the last kid. It does not belong here, said the kid. No shit, I said, getting one strap free, but what is it? It comes from a terrible place. A place where there's nothing save pain. Endless pain, incomprehensible to our minds. Great, I muttered, as I noticed with a sinking heart that the screams from the girl behind me had stopped. Then I heard a wet crunch. I couldn't help it. I looked to see the professor tearing into that poor girl's throat with a long black fang, dripping in green slime. I turned back to the kid, almost done with the straps. Just a few more seconds. What's your name anyway, kid? Claire. Claire, I said, my mind trying to stay focused. When I get you out of these straps, I want you to pick up this chair and throw it at that thing, okay? I'll do the same thing, okay? Then we make a run for it. Do you understand? Can you do that? I understand, said Claire. I do hope it works. I did hope it would work too. We have to make it work, Claire, I said, yanking off the last strap. Come on. We stood up together and reached over to pick up a chair. I hurled it at the professor with all of my strength, and it shattered against his boned back. I heard a terrible shriek then, and watched as Claire's chair followed behind. I grabbed Claire's arms with one hand and reached for my pocket knife with the other. The only way out of that room meant passing by the professor. We started running as I pulled the knife out and it flicked up. The professor stood still shrieking as the green slime mixed with the red blood from the kid's throat and dripped down his chin. It took a wild stab at the professor's neck and connected. I kept running with Claire, leaving the knife stuck in the professor's neck, and made it to the door. I had my hand around the knob when I felt Claire pulling away from me. I looked back, helpless, as I saw the professor reach long black claws into her gut. I threw the door open and left her there. Good God, I left her there. I made it outside the lab building somehow. I don't remember how. My mind just sort of shut down as I ran like hell, I guess. I did have the presence to go around and lock all the doors from the outside. Then I got on the radio to campus security. You guys need to get the police over to the Astrophysics Center fucking ASAP. There was a fucking massacre in there. The front door started to rattle, and I heard the god-awful shriek again. Repeat, said a voice over the walkie. Look, I said, call up Lawrence Summers right now. That was the president of Harvard at the time, and I'd seen his signature on the papers in that folder with all of the consent forms. Tell him that wormhole experiment had gone way the fuck south. The rattlings at the door stopped. I only prayed that the thing didn't figure out I could just break a window and crawl out that way. This is the janitor, right? Said a different voice on the other end of the walkie. Is this a joke, the wormhole experiment? Have you been drinking? Call Lawrence Summers. If you don't, I promise you that you'll never be able to live with yourself. Do it now. There was a horrible pause. I heard the professor trying the side door now, shrieking once again. 10-4. A fleet of black SUVs pulled up 2 minutes later. A team of heavily armed men jumped out and ran past me, breaking through windows and jumping inside. I heard a stream of gunfire and screams, so many screams, and the professor's horrible shrieks. After a while, it was quiet, and a second team of men jumped through the broken windows. I didn't hear any more gunfire. I felt a hand on my shoulder and whipped around. A man was standing there. I don't remember a single thing about what he looked like, but I remember our conversation. Tell me what happened, he said. I told him the full story, the same one that I've told you. We are prepared to give you a lot of money to sign an NDA. NDA? Non-disclosure agreement. It means that you can never tell anybody about what happened here tonight. How much? $1 million. And a promotion. The man paused. You mean you still want to work here after tonight? Somebody's got to clean up that shit, I said. Fine, of course. And one more thing. And what's that? Asked the man. I want to know that this will never happen again. I want you to blow all that shit up and burn all the notes. Of course. And I want to watch. Of course, said the man. And so I thought it was over. But it's not. Last night I saw the professor again. He looked me right in the eyes, flashed that smug grin, and said, Hey there, Chief. That's when I ran the hell out of there. The police don't believe me. I've sent a dozen emails to Lawrence Summers' assistants. I've called every number that I found listed for him. I haven't heard anything back. I don't know what else to turn to. I'm afraid the professor is going to open the wormhole again, and I'm afraid this time he might bring his friends back with him. And alright guys, that wraps up horrifying stories from Reddit. I really hope you enjoyed this video. I enjoyed recording it, and all these stories were super interesting, and definitely my favorite was the wedding one. I thought that was interesting. So let me know what your favorite story was down in the comments below. That'd be awesome, and thank you so much for watching to the end of the video. That means so much. And also like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I mean, you watched to the end of this video, so that means you'll probably like other videos, so consider watching a few other videos of mine. And yeah, thank you so much for watching. Until next time, see ya.
And that's the, I guess, end of...
Hey, what's up guys, and welcome to Scary Horror Stories from Reddit. And this video will just include a bunch of scary horror stories from Reddit, as the title implies, and there'll be just a bunch of stories, and this video will be long enough, so I'll just get into it and stop at the intro. But before we get into it, please subscribe. It's the channel's goal to be at 500,000 subscribers before the end of the year, and just in total. So yeah, please subscribe, that'd be awesome. And anyways, without further ado, let's get into some scary horror stories from Reddit. My roommate has been in the shower for more than 4 hours. So I got home at around 11 p.m. Late night at the office turned into an even later night at the bar. About 4 drinks deep at this point, and I'm tired, just about ready to fall asleep as I stumbled through the doorway. I lay down on the couch and reach for my bag of joints, and spark one up as I pull YouTube up on my laptop. I'm in the middle of watching some luxury cruise tour, close passing out when I hear the front door open. I sit up and turn my head slightly, just enough to see my roommate coming in. He hangs his jacket in the closet, doesn't say anything, and walks slowly to his room, which is normal enough. I'd been living with him for about 3 months, long enough for me to pick up most of his tendencies. The guy really doesn't talk unless spoken to, which was far from a problem for me. He also generally kept things clean on his end, never causing much in the way of problems. I really couldn't complain, so I go back to watching YouTube, and about 5 minutes later, I hear the shower in his room turning on. Once again, nothing strange. At this point, I'm watching bare-knuckle boxing highlights with my eyes half open, maybe 1 or 2 minutes away from passing out. I remember waking up in darkness, my head hurting, my throat dry as hell. I sat up slowly, waiting for the grogginess to settle into something manageable. Once it did, I grabbed my phone, checked the time, around 3:30 a.m. from what I remember. I was starving, and so I got up, began walking towards the fridge, and then I noticed it. A soft but ever-present noise in the background. It took me a few seconds to really recognize what it was. The shower. Suddenly, the events of last night began replaying in my head. Drinking at the bar, Ubering home, laptop, and couch. My roommate coming in, home, the shower turning on, and I stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he went to bed and forgot to turn it off? I shook my head. There's no way that happened, I thought. Maybe he slipped and fell? Realizing the implications of this, I rushed towards his room but found his bathroom door locked. I began pounding on it. "Hey man, you alright?" No response. I considered kicking the door down but decided to call 911 before I did that. I took my phone out, preparing to dial when I noticed that I had an unread text. One for my roommate. "Hey man, I couldn't sleep, so I went over to my girlfriend's place. Not sure when I'll be back." Sent 2 hours ago. I look at the bathroom door, then back down at my phone. Everything about this was wrong. First of all, my roommate barely texts me and certainly never to tell me that he's going out. Second of all, I know for a fact that he's single and has been for a while. And third of all, who the fuck was in the shower then? I tried calling him. No answer. Sent him some text, but no response. I walked over to his desk and saw the keys and wallet were still beside his laptop. My head's starting to spin at this point, and I get out of there, go back into the living room and turn on the lights. I'm pacing around in a circle, trying to follow the plot while also trying to ignore the shower, a noise that I never could have imagined being so dreadful in any context. Sometime later, I hear something vibrating on the kitchen counter. I move towards it and see that it's a phone. My roommate's phone. The panic begins setting in, and I immediately grab my keys and run out of the apartment. I make my way down the hall and take the stairs down to the lobby, but even that doesn't seem far enough away, and so I make my way over to the McDonald's across the street. I sit there for a while, considering calling the cops, but for some reason feeling too nervous to do so. But even though there's hardly anybody in there, the place begins to feel suffocating, and I decide to leave, walking back out onto the empty streets. Almost immediately, I get this feeling that I'm being watched, and I feel my gaze drifting up and towards the apartment. Soon, I'm looking at my balcony and I see somebody standing there. A dark figure stood completely straight, stiff to the point where it nearly resembles a mannequin, but it isn't one. If I look closely, I can see it just slightly swaying. I froze in place, my mind hardly able to understand or accept what it was seeing. It's not my roommate. It's too tall. In fact, it's too tall to be anybody I know. Its head nearly scraping the bottom of the balcony above. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out any of its details. The darkness and distance may have been enough to explain that away, but there was something about it that drove me towards a different conclusion. That this thing simply possessed new details that could have been observed. That the only element of its composition was that of an unadulterated darkness. Of course, my gut instinct was to get the hell away from it, but the voice in my head was telling me that if I were trying to run, this thing would end up following me. I went back into the McDonald's instead, locking myself in the bathroom as I finally dialed 911. I told the operator that somebody had broken into my place, but that I had gotten out of there without them noticing, but that they were still in there. It was the story that most accurately represented the situation without making me come across as batshit. The operator told me that they would be sending somebody over for me to hang tight. I left the bathroom waiting at the table closest to the exit until I could see the red and blue light cutting through the darkness. I went outside to meet the cops, looking up at the balcony to find it empty, though the door to the living room had been left open. They pelted me with a bunch of questions that I found difficult to answer. Is the intruder armed? Do I have an idea who it might be? What are their intentions? I told them I didn't know, that I couldn't figure it out, but they just kept on asking. Soon I was practically yelling at them to go up there and check it out for themselves, and I suppose the terror in my voice was enough for them to begin taking this seriously. They told me to wait by the entrance, and I watched on as they entered the building. I was out there for a long time, growing increasingly anxious at the thought of what they were going to tell me when they came down. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by a single, muffled gunshot. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I continued to wait there, unsure of what to do otherwise. 20 more minutes of silence, and the officers still hadn't come down. Soon I could hear more of them approaching in the distance. Before I knew it, 4 more cop cars had pulled up around me, and the scene had fallen into chaos. Officers shouting over each other and into their radios, more questions being hurled my way, none of which I was able to answer. The next few sequences were mostly a blur, but I remember the building being evacuated, the tenants frightened and confused as they were ushered outside, while the officers became more and more frantic. I remember hearing more scattered gunshots, some screaming, other noises that were difficult to make sense of. There were a few lapses in my memory after that, but I recall being pushed into the back of a police car. After being driven to the station, I was led into one of the interrogation rooms, where I found 2 nondescript men in suits waiting for me. They didn't introduce themselves and immediately went into a series of questions, each one more bizarre than the last. What company was your roommate employed by? What was the nature of his job? How many different people have been inside your apartment since your roommate moved in? Have you ever heard voices inside the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? Voices that did not belong to your roommate? Have you ever seen a circle of people standing outside of the apartment from the hours of midnight till 3 a.m.? People that were exceptionally tall? In one of the more unsettling ones, have you ever seen somebody standing at the foot of your bed upon waking up between the hours of midnight to 3 a.m., only for them to disappear moments later? If so, do you remember what they looked like? Any distinct features? As they continued probing me, my mind began conjuring up some of the strange shit that had happened after my roommate had moved in. Shit that I had written off as figments of my imagination, simply because I had no other explanation for them. I did hear the voices, always coming from the room next to mine where my roommate slept. I was always so tired when I heard them, but I do remember it either sounding like a young woman or a man with an extremely deep voice. I could never make out any words, it always sounded like gibberish to me. And then there was that one time where I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, still half asleep. I didn't bother turning the lights on as I entered, but as my eyes began adjusting to the dark, I could have sworn that somebody was already sitting on the toilet, somebody extremely tall. Of course, when I turned on the lights, nothing was there. It was easy to chalk it up as a product of late night drowsiness at the time, and I had never really thought about it since. After doing my best to give them useful information, the suits spent a good few minutes taking notes on their phones. Once they were done, they sat up quickly, told me that they'd be in touch before leaving the room. A cop came in a few minutes later and told me that since I couldn't return to the apartment, they would set me up in a nearby hotel until they, quote, were able to get the situation under control, and that I should stay put until they give me a call. What happened? I asked him. What did you guys find up there? He stared at me for a long time, not as if he were in deep thought, but as if he held deep aversion for what he was considering telling me. Eventually, he shook his head. I don't know, he said. I really don't know. I nodded, tried to smile, though I'm not sure. It didn't come across very well. It's the next day now, and I'm in the hotel. Of course I couldn't sleep, couldn't really eat. The officer hadn't called me yet. When I tried searching up information about the evacuation on the internet, all I can find are articles claiming that it was due to a fire. A fucking fire. Update. I fell asleep and I just woke up. It's 1 a.m. now, and I can hear the shower. I thought my boyfriend was the love of my life until I discovered he was drugging me at night. Lately, I've been waking up still exhausted. Even if I went to bed early, I'd wake up feeling like I haven't slept in days. Trying to get out of bed for work was almost impossible, which was strange for me because I was always a high energy sort of person. A few hours of sleep and I was always good to go. I was at a loss as what could have been happening. After a barrage of tests, even my doctor couldn't find anything wrong with me. The only recent change in my life was my boyfriend who had moved in, and I was sharing a bed for the first time in my life. Steven was the first love of my life, and this was my first serious relationship. I don't want to spoil things by making him sleep in the spare room. I liked having Steven around. He made a real fuss over me, and he would bring me chamomile tea every night before bed. The pain in my hip was sharp and pulsated up the right side of my body. I jumped from my bed and nearly collapsed to the floor as I struggled to get to the bathroom. "Steven, can you get in here?" I cried. A big dark bruise covered my hip, as if I was assaulted in my sleep with a metal bar. "What's wrong?" Steven said as he came rushing into the bathroom. Did I fall out of bed or something? Steven had a weird expression on his face. I could swear he looked guilty about something. Probably, I don't know. His response was dismissive, which sent my brain spiraling with all sorts of thoughts. "This is not normal, Steven. I think there's something wrong with me." "You should probably see a doctor then," he coldly said before quickly leaving the bathroom. My doctor was still at a loss and suggested I should see someone who could rule out anything nefarious. Steven was still dismissive of me as we drove to the hospital. "I'm sure it's nothing. You're probably just stressed from work." People don't wake up with bruises over stress, I angrily thought to myself. The doctor at the hospital took my blood and did all sorts of tests on me, including a stress test. I should have been happy when the test came back clear, but it only made me feel like I was losing my mind. Something was definitely wrong with me. "I would prescribe you sedatives, but your blood work shows you are already on nitrazepam," explained the doctor. I was dumbstruck and wasn't sure what the doctor was talking about. I've never taken so much as a painkiller in my life. The doctor's face looked how I felt. He took out his charts and looked over them again. "No, you definitely tested positive for the nitrazepam, which is a powerful sedative." Later that evening, as I sat in bed, a million different thoughts ran through my head. How was that even possible, I thought to myself. As I sat there, Steven walked in with my chamomile tea. And just as I was about to put it to my lips, I was struck by the most unnerving thought. The realization that my boyfriend was drugging me hit me like a ton of bricks and filled me with a dread I had never felt before. I emptied the contents of the cup down the sink in the bathroom before jumping back into bed. "Was it hot enough for you?" asked Steven as he jumped into bed beside me. "Perfect as always." I felt as if I was lying beside a complete stranger. Had I ever really known him? I thought to myself as I lay there terrified he was doing unimaginable things to me while I slept. I must have drifted off at some stage because when I woke up, my room was a mess and Steven was nowhere to be seen. My body ached all over and it felt like I was in a fight. What the hell was he doing to me in my sleep, I thought. I had made the decision to go to the police, but I needed evidence, or it was just my word against his. I had purchased a hidden camera and set it up in the bathroom, pointed in towards the bed. I woke up exhausted as usual, which unfortunately meant you had done something to me while I slept, but I had it on camera. I opened my laptop to check the footage. For the first couple of hours of sleep, nothing happened. For a moment, I had hoped I was imagining everything until I watched myself jolt from the bed. At first, I couldn't believe what I was doing. It felt like I was watching a horror movie as I watched myself crawl up the bedroom wall like some possessed demon. I continued to crawl up the wall onto the ceiling, looking down over Steven like I was ready to pounce on him. Steven woke, and it was a strange watching him because it was like he was prepared for what was happening and didn't seem fazed by it. He took a stick out from under the bed as I pounced from the ceiling above, and he spent the next hour fighting me off. I watched as he subdued me on the bed before pulling out handcuffs and cuffing me to the bed. I looked at the marks on my wrist, which makes sense now. As soon as Steven came home from work, I ran and threw my arms around him. Why didn't you tell me what you were going through every night? Steven shrugged his shoulders. I thought you knew, and usually the drugs I was giving you made things a little easier. Why are you even still with me? My last girlfriend was a jealous psychopath. You're a walk in the park compared to her. The 72-hour sleep ban. I've always associated my birthday with that depressing time of year where a cozy autumn turns into an early winter decay, where colorful leaves die, leaving a withered brown shell behind. Still, people are expected to celebrate their birthdays. It's strange if one doesn't. I don't. My fiance recently asked me why I never celebrate my birthday, and it's a hard one to explain. When you've been through something traumatic, everything sort of brings you back to that moment, one way or another. And while I'd love to tell her about it, I don't think I can without sounding like a maniac. I thought I'd start by telling my story anonymously and sort of go from there. It was the year I turned 13. Since You've Been Gone was blasting on the radio every hour of the day. My friends and I were quoting How I Met Your Mother religiously. It was a good time to be a kid. Since my birthday was in the middle of the school week, my big birthday plans were postponed until the upcoming weekend. Still, I couldn't complain. Birthday cake on a Tuesday didn't sound all that bad. I got home, had a small celebration with my parents, and opened a few presents. 2 new games for my PlayStation 2. Score. I finished up my homework and browsed the net for a few hours ahead of my scheduled bedtime when there was a knock at the door. We rarely had visitors, so to have somebody knocking at our door at 10 p.m. was unusual, to say the least. My parents had already opened the door by the time I was halfway down the stairs. There was a man in a fancy jacket with a clipboard standing outside, along with 2 armed guards. I sort of fell into the middle of the conversation. So we need you to sign the consent form, and we'll get started, the clipboard man said. Any questions? This can't be legal, my mom said. On what kind of authority are you? Ma'am, this is an emergency. We've been authorized to bring anyone and everyone if need be, but I promise you, it'll be a less pleasant experience than what you could achieve here in the comfort of your own home. As the discussion continued, the armed men pushed into the house. They sort of had a checklist they were going through, asking questions as they poked and prodded. Someone mentioned a satellite phone, which we didn't have. I hurried back upstairs. From my window, I could see them putting wheel locks on our car. They were testing some sort of electrical equipment too, and as they did, I could see the internet connection on my computer disappear. My cell phone lost all bars, and while I didn't check, I suspected they'd done something to our landline as well. They were isolating us, putting us under some sort of lockdown. I still don't have the slightest idea of who these people were. There were no patches, badges, ranks, or symbols, just a bunch of serious-looking men in windbreakers with visible gun holsters. After a few minutes, one of the men entered my room. My parents were worried sick, but were told to wait outside. The man was about 6'4" and had the look of someone who could kill me with his bare teeth if need be. Without a word, he started to go through my things. You got any walkie-talkies, he asked. Any radio science projects, something like that? Nope, I said, shaking my head. I got a PlayStation 2? That can go online, right? I never got the chance to answer before my mom added, We don't let him play online games, she said. It can't do that. As if to make sure, he pulled the power cable and dropped it into a sealed bag along with various knickknacks and keys they'd collected. They weren't taking any chances, and I wasn't playing my new games anytime soon, it seemed. As they finished up their impromptu house inspection, we were asked to gather downstairs. The fancy man with the clipboard cleared his throat, and the room felt deathly silent. Even my dad, who was usually a very assertive man, didn't have much to add to the conversation. That's how you knew it was serious. For 72 hours, this and surrounding neighborhoods are under lockdown, the man explained. There was a localized problem related to a recent geological event which has caused some unexplained issues. I'm sure you've noticed some minor oddities as of late. Like what? My dad added. Milk turning sour, house plants getting a strange color tint, swarms of frogs cluttering the roads. My parents said nothing, but they nodded, Perhaps they'd seen something I hadn't. The man put his clipboard as he explained, calmly. You have been exposed to something akin to a chemical. It reacts violently to the release of certain hormones which are associated with deep REM sleep. To ensure your safety, we are currently enforcing a temporary 72-hour ban of sleep. Excuse me? My dad took a step forward, but one of the armed men responded in kind. They both stopped before it had the chance to escalate. Exposure was approximately 9 hours ago, meaning you have about 63 hours left to go. That'll be approximately 1 p.m. on Friday. There is no way we can. This is non-negotiable. This is a matter of your security, sir. We have an emergency health service site, but I can promise you that it won't be pleasant. You'll be chemically induced into sleeplessness for the full duration of exposure until the event has passed. It can cause long-lasting brain damage. We are handed a folder each explaining our responsibilities and rights. An unmarked red folder with 3 papers, one explaining the right to force this upon us, another explaining that we'd already signed the consent papers, and a third one was a form explaining exactly when we could go to sleep. There was also an inventory form explaining the items we were to have returned at the end of the containment. They left a box of 50 glass vials, some kind of 4-hour booster shots. The man explained how underage children were not to take more than once every several hours, and that my mother, if pregnant, shouldn't take any at all. Luckily, my mom wasn't pregnant. I'm an only child. We were also given fiber bars with some kind of hormone supplement, unmarked and unbranded, but warm. Maybe they were made recently. The packaging was sloppy at best. The fancy man was trying his best to explain, and I could see my parents were eager to listen to him, but I barely understood half of it. Instead, I looked at the armed guards. They looked exhausted. Maybe they, too, weren't allowed to sleep. One of them had his mouth open and almost drooled, blinking one eye at a time. I could have sworn he nodded off for a second, which prompted him to take a walk outside. I don't know if we can do this, my mother complained. It's a lot to ask. We've only just... If at any moment you can't do this, you need to call this number. It's the only number that works, the man said, pointing to the final line on the final paper of the folder. If someone falls asleep and can't be awakened within a few minutes, they're in terrible danger. If that happens, try to keep them awake by any means until we can get here to pick them up. And then they'll be taken to our site in Macanto, where they'll be chemically induced to stay awake. So what exactly happens if someone doesn't make it? My mom asked. If we all just fall asleep? The man shook his head, tapping the clipboard with his pen. They will probably die. Others might too. While I went into the kitchen to explain some details, the angry-looking guard approached me with the sealed bag, handing me back my PlayStation 2 power cable. He gave me a pat on the shoulder. I checked with the tech team, he said. You're good to go. And, happy birthday. I'd almost forgotten that it was my birthday. I appreciated the gesture, but I just couldn't bring myself to smile. I had too many questions bubbling in the back of my head, and I was too afraid to speak. They probably talked for another 20 minutes or so before the men left, leaving my parents and I alone in the kitchen. My mother was smoking under the kitchen fan. I'd only seen her smoke 2 times, once when she lost her job, and another time when my father got sick. Smoking in the kitchen was a surefire way to tell something was wrong. Dad was sitting with his arms crossed, looking at the box of booster shots. This is no joke, my dad finally said. This is very serious. We're all going to need to help each other to get through this. Mom said nothing, but I could see her hands trembling. She'd been crying. She was shaking so much that the ash from her cigarette didn't reach the ashtray. It just plopped down on the stove. We can't be alone, Dad continued. We're going to do our best to keep busy. You can play as many games as you want, but you can't fall asleep. They gave me back my power cable, I said. Does that mean it's okay for me to use the PlayStation? It's okay, my mom coughed. It's okay, honey. Play your games. For those first few hours, I didn't understand what the big deal was. No more school for the rest of the week, no bedtime, and unlimited screen time. That didn't sound too bad to me. I gamed late into the night. Sly 2 and Ratchet & Clank were on the menu, and I had a blast. I got some snacks along with one of those fiber bars. They tasted like twigs and raisins, but it made my brain calm. I'm not tired, but it made it easier to focus. It also made it harder to shut my eyes, making my eyelids itch. All lights in the house were kept on all throughout the night. Mom and Dad kept playing music on the downstairs stereo and they desperately tried to keep me engaged. I was engaged enough just playing games, so I think it was more for their benefit rather than mine. At 5 a.m., Dad took his first booster shot. I could hear it all the way from upstairs. He was cussing pretty hard. Apparently, those things tasted like a mix of stale rice and death. Mom took her first boost about half an hour later, but she mixed it with orange juice. Apparently, that helped. By 7 a.m., even I was feeling it. I'd never been up all night playing games like that on a school day before. Sure, I'd pulled all-nighters with my friends, but it was usually something we prepared for, so by early morning, I could feel myself nodding off. My parents were checking in on me every now and then and decided to act. We were having family breakfast, pretending as if we'd already slept. "You're always cranky in the morning," Mom said. "Try to imagine this is just that, another cranky morning." I knew for a fact that they'd slipped one of those boosters into my cereal. I saw 3 empty vials on the counter, and I knew none of them had taken a second one yet. Still had little choices but to try. We weren't even halfway through the containment yet. As we finished our breakfast, we could hear commotion outside. I was upstairs brushing my teeth, watching through the hallway window. It was our neighbors, Larry Peterson, the 55-year-old man who worked the fishing supplies at the local mini mall, crawled out his front door. He was throwing up something black and blue onto the pavement. I'd never seen this man do anything more physically straining than trying to start a lawnmower, and now he was crawling on all fours like his life depended on it. I could hear his wife calling out from inside. She was screaming at him, but I couldn't hear what. Larry got up and almost leapt into the back of his pickup truck in a show of athleticism I'd never seen from him before. It wasn't until his wife got out of the house that I could hear what she was saying. "Larry," she cried. "Larry, wake up." I saw Larry Peterson grab a wrench, get out of the truck, and grab his wife by the hair. Suddenly, a hand covered my eyes. As my father dragged me away from the window, I could hear a scream turn into a gargle, followed by a hearty laugh. One I'd heard 1,000 times before. The same kind of laugh Larry Peterson would chuckle up whenever my dad tried to pull off a bad pun. My mind painted me a picture of what happened, and it wasn't pretty. My dad spun me around and stared into my eyes. I could tell he wasn't himself. There were lines across his face that I hadn't seen before. "Stay with me and Mom," he said. "Don't look outside. People are getting sick." "Are we getting sick, Dad?" I asked, a yawn escaping me. He shook me a little, as if to make sure I was paying attention. "We'll be fine," he said. "It's just a matter of time, but I don't want you to see people getting hurt. Larry isn't feeling well." There was a knock on the front door. Dad took point as Mom hid in the bedroom. I remember standing on the top of the stairs, looking over the railing to the floor below. There was a violent, angry pounding on the door. Larry Peterson's soft chuckle coming from the other side. He didn't say anything. He just pounded on the door with his wrench, laughing as he tried to get in. He went around the house, rattling our windows. He didn't get far before we could hear a car roll up. There was a popping sound, but not like a gunshot. I think they tased him. By the time I could hear Larry Peterson get dragged off, my mom had come upstairs with a smile taped to her face, asking me to show her how far I'd gotten in my new fancy video games. She was clearly trying to keep me distracted, but I didn't mind. At that point, I wanted desperately to be distracted. I could imagine Larry Peterson on the other side of the front door, his white t-shirt stained with a strange black and blue goo he'd thrown up, wielding that wrench with a manic grip. The thing was at large in my arms, in solid metal. I'd never considered it a weapon, but thinking about it made my blood run cold. Had he really killed Mrs. Peterson? Why? Mom and I spent the next few hours playing video games. We also made a plan. We went through our old DVDs and decided on a watching schedule. She'd originally planned a walk, but now we weren't to leave the house. She didn't want to say why, but I had the feeling that there was something outside the Petersons' house that she didn't want me to see. Bloodstains, maybe. I was too afraid to find out. My parents tried their best to keep the mood up, but I could tell it was getting to them. My dad was mostly just standing there, leaning against the door, staring straight ahead like in a trance. Mom tried to occupy herself by playing games and watching DVDs with me, but she was counting the minutes until she'd could get her next booster shot. I wasn't eager to take one. They made my stomach all queasy. We made it all the way until noon. Dad was having trouble staying up and kept washing his head with cold water. He tried to keep busy doing housework that he'd keep for a rainy day, but there was a constant distractions. We could hear sirens in the distance, and at one point there was someone spraying our front door and windows with a high-pressure water hose, probably to wash away the last traces of Larry Peterson. There were dog patrols going up and down the streets, along with the occasional phone call, the one number that still worked, where someone called to make sure we were all awake and accounted for. By dinner time, Mom was having stomach troubles. Her shaking had gotten worse, and she was having trouble with sudden change of smells. Dad kept rubbing his eyes and checking his watch, getting up every 10 minutes or so just to move around. We decided that we were going to play board games after dinner, but Mom was having trouble keeping herself from throwing up. We ended up just reheating a lasagna from a few days back. I didn't mind. Mom made amazing lasagna, but my appetite was quickly lost when I saw my mother barely keeping it together. She kept drooling and making this weird chugging sound. She was blinking slower and slower. Dad tried to get her to eat one of those fiber bars, but she just ran out of the kitchen, locking herself in the bathroom. It was touch and go for a while. I could feel my heart racing as Dad tried to convince her to unlock the door, but she just couldn't do it. After a while, she stopped responding. Dad had to break the handle with a hammer, but it was too late. She was already sleeping. I could hear it through the front door. As the door burst open, Mom had only been asleep for a couple of seconds, a minute at most, but she was sitting on the toilet, her head leaning back, and something was coming out of her mouth, black and blue fingertips, poking out over the edge of her lips. Her throat undulated. The moment Dad grabbed her, she tipped her head forward, coughing. Dad washed her face in the sink, while yelling at me to wait in the other room. For a few minutes, I was just sitting there, ready to run or hide. It must have been too late, I figured. She could have already been infected, like Larry Peterson. I could hear them arguing in the other room, and as their voices went from angry to desperate to sad, I didn't know what to do. When they finally returned, they sat me down to explain that we were going to be fine, that we were almost halfway through, and that we were in the home stretch. They were so kind, warm, and careful in the way they explained it. But my mind was 1,000 miles away. I had trouble focusing, and all I could think about was that strange noise I kept hearing in the background. Something outside. Dad was halfway through explaining how we weren't going to lock our bathroom doors anymore when something in me screamed at me to react. It was just a slight click, but it was clear as day. Maybe it was those booster shots, but I kept hyper-focusing on little details rather than big picture stuff, like an actual conversation taking place in front of me. I closed my eyes, and no less than a second later, there was a loud bang. Someone was shooting at us. It was only a couple of shots, but we dropped to the ground. One shot got lodged in the front door, while the other cracked the kitchen window. There were loud voices outside, laughing hysterically. They were talking, but barely making any sense. One of them sounded like she was trying to talk with food in her mouth. Mom and Dad kept quiet as 2 more shots popped off, one of them hitting the kitchen light. With an electric spark, it gave out, blocking out most of the kitchen. I could hear someone running and laughing as they continued down the street. In the distance, there were more gunfire, maybe someone responding in kind. "We can't stay here," Mom whispered. "We gotta call them." "You want to go to where they put Larry?" Dad answered. "To be put in a hospital full of these people? They're shooting at us. We can't just..." Mom quieted down and looked at me. She and Dad excused themselves to talk in private, while I was asked to move upstairs. I was to stay away from windows, and I couldn't sit or lie down. They'd be up to check on me in a bit, but of course I was too curious. While still hearing them argue downstairs, I checked an upstairs window. I could see pretty far down the street, and in the distance I could make out a car stalling on the side of the road. The headlights were still on, but it was surrounded by at least 6 people. 2 of them were dressed like the armed guards we'd seen earlier. It took me a while to realize there was an old man sitting in the car. I'd seen him around a couple of times, but I didn't know his name. The surrounding people were trying to crack the car windows with various weapons: tire irons, bricks, hammers, lead pipes, whatever they could get their hands on. It didn't take them long to break through. They reached in to pull the man out, who was far too off for me to hear the screams, but I could vaguely see what they were doing. They held him down and covered his face with their hands, his eyes, his mouth, his ears, leaving only his nose to breathe through. Then they just sat there. It took me a moment to realize what they were doing. They were forcing him to sleep. After a few minutes, they let go of him. The old man slowly stood up, leaned against his car, and started to dry heave. After a while, the same blue and black goo that I'd seen from Larry Peterson started pouring out of his mouth, stopping only as he coughed up some kind of clot that could barely fit in his mouth. A clot that moved. As he straightened his back, he looked at the strange group, and they walked down the street together. Some jogged, some sprinted. One of them crawled, but it looked like he held onto something with his teeth. Either that or something was coming out of his mouth. Something long. As they hurried down the street, I could hear more gunfire. In the distance, coming from another way, I could see another group of people, at least a dozen, but heading in another direction. Roaming gangs of sleep-deprived sick people. God knows how this thing affected them long term. When my parents were done discussing, they sat me down to explain that we were going to stay indoors and keep away from the windows, just in case. We were locking all doors and windows, closing all curtains, and not playing anything louder than necessary. We were to draw as little attention as possible. Of course, I agreed. What choice did I have? That night, I could tell things were deteriorating. Dad almost took a double dose of booster shots as he forgot he'd taken the first one, but Mom stopped him. There were no phone calls coming in. They'd stopped checking in on us. Mom even tried calling, but the line had been disconnected. The gunfire outside was further away, but more frequent. We could hear cars honking, but no sirens. Then there were fires, at least two, somewhere downtown. We could see the smokestacks from afar. Mom wasn't doing well. She couldn't eat, and at times she could barely stay on her feet. She kept talking out loud even if no one was in the room with her. She had to lean against things to stay upright. She couldn't keep the fiber bars down, and she walked around with her head bobbing back and forth. Dad tried his best to keep her active, but he was having trouble as well. No matter how many cold splashes he took to the face, he just couldn't stay attentive. I wasn't doing well either, but nowhere near as bad. I still had my appetite, and I took my booster shots, but I could feel the side effects. My hands kept shaking, and I had a nasty headache. There were these pinches down my neck like someone was shocking me with a wet battery. I'd imagine things moving just outside my vision. I kept turning around to look at the windows as I'd start to hallucinate that there were screens. By morning, there was a new problem. Both the power and the water had been cut. There was a small lake a short walk from the house, and we had no choice but to try and get some water by hand. We had some drinking water stocked in the kitchen, but we needed some for the bathroom. Mom volunteered to go, but that was out of the question. She could barely stand or make a coherent sentence. There was no discussion. Dad had to do it. We watched him from one of the upstairs windows. The sun had just risen, bathing the withering landscape in long, sharp shadows and a sickly bright glow. Mom was just staring blankly ahead, as if trying to remember what was so important. Isn't it your birthday soon? She said out loud. That was Tuesday, I responded. Did you wish for you to get older? She asked. I wish for that. I want you to be able to get older. She looked at me and laughed manically. She blinked one eye at a time, her left eye lingering a little longer than her right. Her eyes were sunken and dark, and she kept giving me cross eyes. I think she meant well, but that look she gave me was nothing short of terrifying. It was like she'd been reduced to her most basic self. My mom was still in there somewhere, but most of it was just gone. After about an hour, I spotted Dad coming back. Mom and I were both relieved, but it didn't last long. I noticed he wasn't carrying any water. Moments later, I could see he wasn't alone. There were about 24 more people coming with him. Mom didn't seem to react. She just looked out the window and nodded to herself. For a moment, she was almost falling asleep standing up, her mouth moving up and down on its own like a bass out of water. I could see something moving in her throat. I shook her, and in a moment of clarity, she looked out the window again. As I heard something pound against the door downstairs, Mom pushed me into the closet. She ran downstairs to get the remaining booster shots and dropped it all on me, along with a wrist watch and a couple of fiber bars. Someone will get you, she said. Just wait. Just wait and stay awake. I'll try to think of something. I didn't have the time to protest before she slammed the closet shut. I could hear a key slide into the lock downstairs. Dad may have forgotten something about who he was, but he hadn't forgotten how to use the house keys. I just sat there in the dark listening. I curled up into a ball. I didn't want to get too comfortable. I could hear furniture being turned over, unfamiliar voices yelling obscenities or incoherent nonsense. A fight broke out, and I could hear someone throwing something. Another person ran up the stairs and into the bathroom, repeatedly kicking the bathtub. A woman screamed, then a man. There was a gunshot, followed by windows being broken. I could hear a muffled scream as if someone was held down, maybe like they did with the old man outside the night before. I must have sat there for hours. In the dark, it was hard to tell if my eyes were open or not. I couldn't tell if I was really hearing something outside or if I was just imagining it. I could hear voices and whispers, but they didn't seem to make sense. Sometimes I imagined them standing just outside my door, asking me for the cheat codes for the games I'd played. All I had to keep my waning sanity company was my mom's wristwatch, and I could barely make it out. Time passed so strangely, I could be wrapped in a thought for what felt like hours, but only minutes passed. Then I would catch myself staring straight ahead, and 2 hours could disappear. I kept repeating the next scheduled hour for the booster shot like a mantra, but things were getting stranger. The clock would go backwards. I'd imagine someone sitting across from me, a pair of white eyes staring back at me from the dark. There were little voices telling me to go to sleep, and I found myself nodding off. I could feel something moving in me, like a hand trying to fit into a glove. I finally gave up and got out of the closet. I could barely stand as I dragged the booster shots and fiber bars along in a plastic bag. I didn't care if there was anyone downstairs. I needed to see something. I needed light or some kind of stimuli. The whole house was trashed, every piece of furniture broken, every light smashed. There was blood splatter on the walls, and the front door was hanging on a single hinge. Every window was smashed, and our picture frames had been thrown across the room like ninja stars, but the strangest thing was an acrid smell coming from the kitchen. At first, I didn't understand what it was. It looked like a person, but there was something wrong with the limbs. After a few seconds of adjustment and trying to force myself to clarity, I realized it was a dead body. A young man with a knife sticking out of his chest, splayed out on the kitchen floor. His jaw was extended and broken on one side. There was a black and blue arm reaching out of his throat, reaching upwards to grab his own head. Something in me stirred. Something in me didn't like what I was looking at, and I wasn't sure if it was me or something else. I tried to push it down with a fiber bar, which strangely worked. I made my way outside in a daze. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to find my parents, and another part of me wanted to just get out of town. I wanted to look for a bike or just start walking or catch a bus. Of course, there were no buses to catch, but my sleep-deprived mind couldn't separate fact from fiction anymore. That entire night was one long living nightmare. I kept imagining things coming out of the dark. I could hear voices telling me to turn around, to stop, to run all at once, and none at all. I could barely keep my balance, and stopping even for a moment would send me straight to sleep. I had to keep going. I even took an extra booster shot, which just gave me this sharp joint pain and made me sweat. I could tell I'd done something stupid. I took a shortcut through the park. I could see faces coming out of the trees. I saw a man lying face down on a gravel path, being pulled forward by an arm coming out of his mouth. I saw a man out by the lake, repeatedly slapping his arms against the cold water surface like a manic child trying to get as high a splash as possible. Some of it was real, some of it wasn't. I couldn't tell which was which. Not anymore. When I finally reached downtown, I saw at least 24 people gathered outside a burning building, all of them with black and blue arms reaching out of their mouths, stretching towards the flames as if slowly wafting air towards them like human kelp moving against an invisible current. They leaned back and forth in unison, praising whatever chaos they had caused without a word or sound. And yet I could hear them, welcoming me, beckoning me, all voices unique, carried to me by an unfelt wind. Come closer, it begged. You belong here. I turned away and the voices grew louder, desperate, screeching, demanding my attention, my devotion. Some of them coming from outside, some of them coming from the rumble of my stomach. It's already here, I laughed. It'll never go away. It'll never sleep. It'll never stop. Hands reached for me, a face in every window, voices reaching from beneath the concrete. Gunfire, broken windows, glass cracking under my rubber boots as I shuffled past burnt-out cars. It was dark, then bright, then dark again. And at some point I succumbed. I felt concrete against my cheek, but I couldn't bring myself to get up. My legs wouldn't move. My eyes wouldn't open. Yes, the voices laughed. Come to us, come burn with us. And then, darkness. I don't know how long I was out. Hours, maybe half a day. I woke up to see a man running towards me, asking me if I was okay. A car had pulled over, bathing me in warm light. By the side of the road, a colony of frogs looked at me. In the distance, my eyes landed on a discolored sunflower. It turned blue. Strange how you don't notice the most obvious changes until they stare at you in the face. Turns out, exposure had happened at least 6 hours earlier than the man with the clipboard had predicted, and I'd been awake long enough for most of the effect to pass through my system. I was found unconscious by the slide of the highway, about 9 miles from my house. While I did have an uncomfortable, dreamless sleep, the effects it had on me were nowhere near as bad as what happened to most of the neighborhood. I'm sure you've heard of it. Riots, they called it. Just another mess up in a low-income area. I don't even think it reached national news. Some of the people who succumbed to it early had permanent brain damage. Larry Peterson was never the same, but it was hard to tell if it was because of the emotional trauma or the sleep thing. Either way, he had to have a nurse come look after him for a few weeks for the rest of his life. Mom and Dad weren't completely unharmed either. Mom developed some kind of narcolepsy after that night, spontaneously nodding off at the most inopportune times. Dad lost his sense of taste and smell. To this day, they're having a hard time explaining what exactly they experienced. To them, it was just like going to sleep and having the most horrible nightmare, only to wake up in a hospital bed. Sometimes I wonder if I did fall asleep. Some of the things I saw were so strange that there was no way to tell me if they were real or not. I vividly remember that scene of hands waving back and forth outside that burning building downtown. It had to be real. That building did burn. As you might imagine, I have a hard time looking back at this. Thinking too much about it gives me this icy feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like a small part of me believes that this was all just a big nightmare. That I'm just still like clocks tick away from waking up in that closet with someone standing just outside, waiting for me. Or maybe it's something inside of me, still waiting to grab the reins. Maybe it's just a night away. My daughter had been prying at the door handle every night. It's gone from adorable to disturbing. I remember the first time I heard it. Click. Click. Honey, what's that? I asked my wife Carmen, after waking up in the middle of the night to a strange sound. What's what? She replied in a groggy state, frustrated that I had woken her so late. But the sound had stopped. The next night I heard it again. Click. Click. What could that possibly be, I wondered as I woke my wife again. This time she heard it. It sounds like the doorknob. But by the time we walked over to it, the sound had stopped. Luckily for me, back when I lived in the city, I'd always gotten into the habit of locking my bedroom door, and that tradition continued well into moving into my wife's apartment, and even our current home in the suburbs. The following night, we didn't hear the sound. Perhaps we were both in too deep of a sleep, or maybe it didn't happen that night. But either way, we thought the strange occurrence was behind us. Until the next night, when we heard it again. Click. Click. Is that what I think it is? Carmen asked. It most certainly is, I replied, a chill going down my spine, as the recurring sound was beginning to genuinely terrify me. This time I tiptoed over to the door, careful not to alert whoever was turning it, and opened it quickly, only to find my 8-year-old daughter, just standing there, staring at me. Christy, I asked. Yes, Dad, she replied. What are you doing, dear? She nearly scared me to death. I missed you and Mommy. It was so adorable that I nearly forgot how creepy the sounds of the previous nights had been. That's all? But then she simply turned and walked away. Good night, Daddy. I climbed back into bed and let out a sigh of relief, relieved that my daughter was the source of the sound. But the next day, I started to think about it more, about the number of times it had happened, and how, after claiming to miss us, she simply walked away. So when it happened again the next night, I didn't open the door. Instead, I simply tiptoed over to it and listened. Click. Click. I heard my daughter tugging at the door handle, twisting and turning it, into a clear attempt to pry it open while we were sleeping, or at least she must have assumed. That's when the whole thing began to actually terrify me. If she was trying to open the door and get into the bedroom while my wife and I were asleep, what did she intend to do? I became obsessed with that thought, to the point where I couldn't fall back asleep that night, and hatched a plan to get to the bottom of it. So the next night, I did what any rational parent would do when their child was uncharacteristically twisting at the bedroom door every night and left the door unlocked. And so, after pretending to fall asleep, I lay in bed, waiting, passing the time on my cell phone so as to not fall asleep, until a few hours later when, in the middle of the night, I heard a new sound. Not that of the door handle twisting and turning back and forth, no, this time I simply heard the sound of the door handle turning, followed by the squeaky door opening. Click. Screech. I immediately turned off my cell phone and shut my eyes, just far enough so that I could see through them and pretend to sleep. What happened next still haunts me. Lying there in the dark, my eyes squinting, I saw the blurred shape of my daughter open the door, close it behind her, and slowly walk over to my wife's side of the bed. She must miss her mother after all, I thought to myself, giving her the benefit of the doubt, until I carefully turned my head just slowly enough so that my daughter didn't realize I was looking, and saw my 8-year-old daughter reach behind her and remove from her pajamas a kitchen knife. She held it up above her head and swung it towards my sleeping wife. Not before I'm able to reach my arm out and catch the blade in my hand, letting out a large scream. Ah, Christy, what are you doing? But she didn't reply. She simply let out a loud hiss and seemingly slithered away out of our bedroom door, through the hallway and back into her bedroom, while we heard her own bedroom door slam. We locked Christy in her bedroom that night. Before my wife drove me to the hospital as I relayed the night's events, my impaled hand more than enough evidence to convince her of what had happened. I would like to say that after we got back, my daughter returned to normal, the sound of the door handle stopped, and we went back to being a family, living out our lives happily ever after. But when we got home early that morning, Christy had broken through her bedroom door and escaped from the house, never to be seen from again. Still to this day, I wonder where my daughter might be, still locking my door each night. I can only hope that others do the same. I moved in with my girlfriend recently. I don't feel safe anymore. I met my girlfriend Victoria 7 months ago in a bar. We'd felt an instant connection and started dating 3 days later. She brought nothing but happiness, the perfect definition of a soulmate. So when I graduated from university, we both agreed to move in together. She's 2 years older than me and I was already working, so I moved into her house. However, after moving in, everything went downhill. The first incident happened on the first night of moving in. Victoria works night shift, so she was getting ready to head out. Babe, I'm off to work now. Just to tell you again, the neighbors next door get a little cranky at night, so just ignore them, she said sweetly. Yeah, I get it, I responded. I gave her a kiss goodbye and she left, leaving me alone in her house. I sat down on the kitchen table and got to work. For context, I work remotely as a character designer for a video game company. It was peaceful for a few hours until the clock hit 2 a.m. The cranky neighbors began screaming profusely. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but it sounded like an intense argument. I tried ignoring it for a while, but eventually the sound became unbearable. Banging was heard on the walls, glass shattering on the roof, followed by more screaming and arguing. So much so, it sounded like multiple voices overlapping each other. I tried blasting music in my headphones, but that didn't even help. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore, so I called it a night and stopped working. The next day passed by in a flash. I chose not to tell Victoria about the neighbors since it was apparently normal, and I didn't want her to think that it bothered me so much. It was her house after all. Nighttime came and I was watching TV in the sofa when the arguments from the neighbors came again. Thumping, glass shattering, furniture being thrown around. You'd think their house is a WWE ring. Jesus Christ, I muttered to myself. Suddenly, I started hearing banging on the door, followed by a blood-curdling scream. What the fuck, I said, while pausing the movie I was watching. The neighbor was trying to break into the house. That's it. That was the last straw. I got up and went to the back door where the banging and screaming was being heard from. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen table in case the man would break the door. Thank God it was locked. Just in case, I leaned against it, each punch crushing my back. My heart was racing, my hands were shaking. I didn't know what to do. For all I knew, the man could seriously hurt me. It felt like an eternity before what I'm assuming is a man stopped banging on the door. Concurrently, the screaming stopped and it was silent. The fuck, I muttered to him under my breath. There was no way I was going to live in these conditions. I decided that I was going to confront Victoria about it when she got home. With that in mind, I made sure that all the doors were locked, windows shut, and went to bed. A few hours later at 6 a.m., my girlfriend got home and laid down in bed next to me. She hugged me from behind and gave me a kiss on the nape, waking me up. "How's everything?" she asked softly. "Were the neighbors loud?" I grunted and turned my head to face her, rubbing my eyes. "What?" Victoria giggled. "How did it go with the neighbors?" I found it strange that she asked me today, but not yesterday. Maybe it was me being tired. "The husband tried breaking in," I said. "He banged on the door for at least 2 minutes screaming. I thought this was the end for me. Seriously, Victoria, I don't think this house is safe for us to live in." "As long as the door is locked, you'll be fine," she smiled sweetly. I gave Victoria a serious look. "Listen, I can't live under these conditions." I tried to say it as nicely as possible. "I didn't even feel safe in this house last night. You're telling me this is gonna happen every single night?" Victoria looked down, her eyelids drooping down in discomfort. I felt sorry blaming her for something that wasn't her fault, but we obviously needed to do something about it. I can't fear for my life every night. "I'll call the wife tonight and see if anything can be done." She hugged me tightly. "Okay?" I smiled and kissed her forehead. "Thank you, baby. I know it's not your fault, but it's impossible to live in fear in your own house every night." On the following evening, Victoria left for her night shift. Once again, I was left alone in the house. She texted me around 15 minutes later, telling me that the problem was solved and that it should be better tonight. I thanked her and laid down on the sofa to wind down. I ended up falling asleep while watching a movie. I woke up a few hours later at 4 a.m. to screaming from the psychotic neighbors once again. Furious, I got out of bed and prepared myself for confrontation. I was ready to finally get to the bottom of this. However, as I walked closer to the door, something felt off. I noticed the voices and banging a little closer than usual, as if they were in the same house. It was the first time I ever really paid attention to where the sound was truly coming from, but it was still unexpected. Subtle, but unexpected. Following the traces of the sound, the screams didn't take me to the front entrance or to the house next door. They took me to the basement door, the only part of the house I hadn't gotten into yet. My heart began racing. This has to be my hallucinations. The sounds can't be coming from my girlfriend's basement, right? With my legs trembling, I tried to push the basement door open, but it was locked. It only resulted in even louder screams coming from downstairs. They sounded like a cry for help. "What the fuck is down there?" I muttered. The thought alone sent shivers down my spine. Thankfully, or unthankfully, my uncle taught me lockpicking when I was younger in case I was in a dangerous situation when I needed it. Thanks, Uncle Will. So, if there has ever been an opportunity to use this skill, it would be now. I took 2 paper clips and started fidgeting them inside of the lock. In just a few minutes, the door unlocked, but it still wouldn't open. I looked around the house for anything I could use until I found a crowbar. Using all my might, I pushed the door open. Looking back, I wish I hadn't. Instantly, I heard loud, blood-curdling screams piercing my ears. Screams that you'd only hear in horror movies. Covering my ears, I forced my way downstairs. What I saw was horrific. Dead bodies of dozens of guys were organized in a line on the floor across the basement. Worst of all, every guy there looked to be around my age, many looking like the exes Victoria had talked about in passing. Above them was a jar. Inside, it looked to be their faces with a large glow surrounding them. They were screaming in absolute agonizing pain. From what I saw, it looked to be their souls. The sealed, trapped souls of innocent men facing endless pain in their afterlife. The stench was unbearable, the bodies were bled out, as if everything inside of these men were sucked out to leave only their pure skin. Despite that, their faces were somewhat recognizable. Every body neatly placed to keep its original shape. Their names written in blood in front of each body. Jack, Noah, Michael, etc. Their screams sounded more like loud gasps from up close. The room was so loud I was getting dizzy. The screams only got louder. It sounded loud enough to screech into my brain. My mind went blank. My body shaking at the thought that this was my girlfriend's creation. It got even worse when I got to the end. Another name written in blood, with no body behind it, as if it was still prepared. Dylan. That was my name. I then got a notification on my phone, a message from Victoria. My heart stopped just by reading it. Hey babe, on my way home. Sorry about yesterday. Let's have some fun tonight. I listened to a true crime podcast about myself. Every night on my walk home from work, I listen to true crime podcasts, even though my favorite podcast already released their episode for this week. The app said there was a new one. Excited, I hit play. It was a small town, the kind that still has mom and pop shops lining the street, the kind where everyone knows your name. But little did the residents know that they would soon be rocked by a horrible crime. I stopped at a traffic light. The red glowed in the darkness, glinting off the wet street. A black SUV sloshed by. Across from me, eerie blue refrigerator lights glowed from inside a corner deli. The chairs all up on their tables, feet in the air. The signal turned to walk. That chilly September evening was no different for the young student. She had left her shift at the local store and walked back home, except she never made it home. Young student, local store. Damn, this was close to home. I was a part-time student at Franklin Community College and worked at the local convenience store. And of course, I was walking home. I glanced behind me, looking at the alleyway behind Alessandro's Pizza, which was dark except for the neon light spilling from the sign. Her boyfriend reported her missing the next day. The town conducted a volunteer-led search, and after 2 days, they found something. Dread formed in my stomach, anticipating a body, but what he said next was so much worse. Washed up on the shore of Warrenton Lake, they found a pair of size 9 red Converse sneakers. I stopped and looked down at my red Converse sneakers, damp from the rain. What the hell? My heart began to pound. The shoes were sent to a forensic analysis, who would compare its wear patterns to another pair of her shoes to try and determine if they belonged to the victim. A rumbling sound made me jump. I turned to see a dark SUV turning left at the intersection. Didn't I see that car a few minutes ago? Maybe it's following me, and the car passed me and disappeared into the darkness. Come on, Sarah, get a grip. Converse are popular sneakers, a little out of fashion, but still, 9 is a common woman's shoe size, and what college student doesn't have some sort of job? What, you think you're listening to some kind of prophecy of your own death? Yeah, right. After a few weeks, the results came back. The analyst was certain. The shoes belonged to none other than Sarah Campbell. The blood drained from my face. Sarah Campbell. My name. What the fuck? How? I didn't have time to think. I forced myself to move. I broke into a run. The small shops turned into a colorful blur. Searching the lake came up empty. Without a body, a crime is hard to solve, but police didn't give up. And finally, a witness came forward. Someone had seen a car parked at the lake that night, around 2 a.m. A black SUV with darkened windows. No. What the hell is going on? I whipped around. The street was empty. No people, no cars, no witnesses, said the little voice in the back of my mind. The one that's watched way too many crime shows. My eyes scanned the shops. All closed. There were 6 black SUVs matching the witness's description in the Franklin area, but one of them in particular caught Detective Nolan's eye. It belonged to John Kelly, a registered S offender. Vroom! The sound was so soft I almost didn't hear it over the voice of the podcast. I whipped around and there it was. 2 blaring white headlights behind me, coming from a black SUV. I forced my legs to pump faster. The car didn't speed up. It crawled along, slowly taking its time, like the driver knew he could catch me, no matter what. I glanced back trying to make him out behind the darkened windshield, but the headlights were too bright to see anything. Kelly wasn't just a registered ex-offender. He'd been convicted of assaulting a woman he worked with, who had multiple piercings and short dark hair, just like Sarah. The car crawled down the road, stalking me like a lioness stalks her prey. I veered left onto our dark residential street. Just a few more steps. Headlights flashed across me, illuminating my running shadow on the pavement. I didn't look back, I just ran as fast as I possibly could. The little brown house with the yellow shutters came into view. I sprinted across the grass, grabbing my keys from my pocket. Click. I threw the door open and slammed it shut behind me. Then I turned the deadbolt, collapsed against the door, and began crying. I heard the rush of the car passing our house, continuing down the road. But I wasn't safe. Gabe wasn't home yet. I was alone, in a dark house, with someone driving down the street who knew exactly where I lived. Still sobbing, I checked all the locks. Then I called Gabe, who assured me he was 5 minutes away. I made my way down the dark hallway and headed into the bathroom. Then I set my phone on the counter, grabbed a clump of tissues, and began to blow my nose. Click. I jumped, whipped around, but it wasn't coming from outside the door. My phone screen lit up. The podcast was still playing. I must have hit it when I put the phone down. It had skipped several minutes forward according to the play indicator. "What do you think happened to Sarah?" the baritone voice asked. I reached for it to turn it off. Well, she told me she wanted to run away before. I stopped dead. It was Gabe's voice, clear as day, coming from the speakers. "She did." "Why?" the voice asked. "She wasn't happy with her grades, her job, her parents. She told me sometimes she'd dream of just moving to some random state and leaving it all behind." I froze, staring at the mirror. I never said that. Never. Gabe was lying? I mean, that was hurtful to me as her boyfriend, you know. I thought we were going to get married someday, but apparently she didn't feel the same way. My heart pounded in my ears. "So you think she just skipped town and is happily living her life out somewhere else, rather than being abducted or murdered?" A pause. "Yes, that's exactly what I think. That's all for now. Thank you to our listeners." The outro played. I stared at my reflection, everything coming down all at once, my mind trying to race and catch up what it meant. The front door creaked open. Footsteps sounded outside. "Sarah, I'm back." I backed away from the door. "Sarah?" My eyes fell on the window. I ran over to it, turned the lock. Push. I popped the screen out. Then I swung a leg over, pulled myself through the window, and ran as fast as I could. I found a 4,600-year-old document describing a humanoid species named Sigil. I've been researching Mesopotamia my whole life. I remember being fascinated by that civilization ever since I was a preteen. Unlike my friends and schoolmates, I spent my time daydreaming of Sumerian kings in the Euphrates River. I then grew up, went to college, and became a summer researcher. I'm not a particularly prominent historian, but I'm one of the very best when it comes to translating Sumero-Akkadian cuneiform writing, especially from around 2800 to 2500 BC. I wasn't expecting a lot when I was invited to translate some newfound tablets. I mean, I was personally excited, but was sure the contents would be mundane enough. My employer was a little private museum in Istanbul and specialized in artifacts from the Gilgamesh dynasty, and prided itself from having snatched these new items from the British Museum. I was welcomed at the airport by the owner's second assistant, a flamboyant and clever Arabic man who spoke English with almost no accent. I've been assigned to accompany you during your stay, madam. Please inform me of your every need. Ayman was a pleasant man around my age, the Turkish version of an English butler. He gave me space to work, but politely reminded me of making at least 2 meals a day when I was too deep in my work. His presence helped me so much with my productivity. Still, no matter how great an experience it was, I'm terrified of my findings. The following is my translation of one of the tablets. We humans are being killed daily. The Sigil are an inferior species in every way, but they have something we lack. Something that should be a curse and yet somehow is their biggest strength. They don't know when to give up. They surprised us with their resistance, and they are so numerous. The Sigil took a habit of procreating like the rats or ants, and now they are as numerous as the stars in the sky. They always had plenty of children, but most of them would die of disease or being attacked by the predators on their precarious houses. That way, their numbers were always around the same, unless they were on war between themselves, which happened constantly for simple resources like water. But now some of the Sigils, merely through observation and the trial and error method, learned of our medicine and architecture, and they started to flourish and prosper. Too much. After invading and overpowering their fellow Sigil from other tribes, a group reached our empires and slaughtered us. We hit them back, with our better horses, better weapons, better built men, and we slayed them, but despite that, they never stopped. They are indefatigable. I wish I could understand why. We're taller, stronger, and dotted with brains they would think only a god could possess, and still they fight. Just because they learned how to walk on 2 legs a while ago, they think they can rule the world, despite the fact that their reasoning is puny and their sciences are non-existent. They don't even know how vast the world is. That's laughable. Like their ancestors, even inferior hominids, their life is only worth after procreation. So their children dead before mating age are useless and forgettable. This primitiveness is what enrages me about them the most. The Sigil wants all our secrets, our king. They want to be us. Tired of seeing my sisters and daughters die, I'm utterly ashamed to admit that I was scared and reached out to the king. I advised him to strike a deal with the Sigil. At first he refused, but after a lot of our blood was shed, and only around a few hundreds of us remained, our king, Gilgamesh, finally decided to surrender to the inferior species so the rest of us could be safe. We would retreat to our underground city and live safely for generations to come. The king would stay with them on the surface to rule them and develop their society, and stay with them for precisely 4,560 years before we fiercely take our world back. Of course they agree. They don't even understand how much time that is, but it's not a lot for us. We never die. We are simply reborn on a new body on a new generation. Every time wiser, stronger, purer. We are moving to our fortress deep inside the earth by the ending of the forthcoming Ara Abdur Arku month. We will make no mistake this time. We'll keep the Sigil under constant surveillance and learn all their secrets. Next time, we won't have any weaknesses, just like they almost did to us. We'll destroy them all mercilessly. I was shocked to realize that we are the Sigil. There's a way more advanced civilization living underground on this planet as you read this. By chemical testing, the museum expert was able to determine the age of this tablet with incredible precision. The Sumerian calendar is very alike to the Gregorian calendar we use nowadays. It has 12 months, alternating between 29 and 30 days, following the moon cycles, which have 29 and a half days. There's a 13th month with 33 days called Ara, Adaru, Arku that only happens every 3 years. It was added to compensate for the discrepancy. It wasn't hard for me to convert 4,560 years for them to our Gregorian calendar, using the tablet's age as the year 0. And I found out that the real humans, with their superior brains and hatred for us across millennia, are coming back to reclaim their land soon? How soon? According to my calculations, the 4,560th Sumerian year is next year. There is no such thing as Area 51. For several years, I've been an avid reader of No Sleep, but because of my profession, I was never permitted to submit content to it, or to anywhere. Occasionally, an Area 51 story pops up. I used to work at Area 51, or I snuck into Area 51, etc. These stories always made me want to so badly to finally jump in here, but I always held my tongue until now. Using a series of proxies and all kinds of networking jibber jabber, I think I'm in the clear making this post. I won't bore you with the details. I came here to No Sleep after years of lurking to correct a lot of the misapprehensions and legends about the most infamous military installation in the world. I'm doing this now because even if I get caught, I have a really useful insurance policy. I'm seriously ill and not likely to recover, and I've got no family that I'm in contact with that could be retaliated against. There's nothing anybody can do. I think. There's no such thing as Area 51. Sorry, and the fact that it's the golden egg of conspiracy theories worldwide is exactly what the US government wants. I'm writing this in a bit of a rush, and I don't have any of my thoughts organized, so I'm just going to break it down as follows. Groom Lake, Paradise Ranch, Edwards AF Extension, Restricted Training Facility, UX-104. These are a few names of the place you may know as Area 51. I don't know much about its history, but essentially it was intended by the US Air Force to be a secret weapons testing facility during the Cold War. It had a few on-site extensions, one of them for developing experimental rocket and jet engines, one was for training contingents of troops for nuclear warfare and post-apocalyptic survival, etc. But much like the third Star Wars movie, the site and purpose got out around the time of the Roswell incident, and a media frenzy popularized the base. The government tried at first to quell speculation about it, but then adopted another strategy: feed into the hype, and simply move the base a few dozen miles away. Today, Groom Lake, or Area 51, is a small but functional military airport and base. It's got a bunch of bunkers, mostly housing low-security servers, and some munitions tests are performed there. Staff are regularly moved in and out, mostly folks who are low on the totem pole and trying to climb up the ladder to the real facility. There are some very outdated nuclear fallout shelters that are still maintained and used for storage. The facility consumes an enormous amount of power, and everything possible is done to make it look like a well-guarded military base that is engaged in some huge secret operations. The employees really do fly there every day from Las Vegas on conspicuously inconspicuous jets marked as Janet, sometimes referred to as just another non-existent terminal. And they want you to notice and wonder. They want you to wonder where those jets are going. And they never want you to spend 1 second thinking about where they came from. The real Area 51. This is the most exciting part because, as far as I can tell in my very limited and clandestine researching, nobody has ever divulged the real secret before. It's pretty highly guarded, and they straight up murder people who are stupid enough to share it. Murder isn't even the right word. They erase people from existence, sometimes entire families. That's why the government freaks out when they find out that one of their employees is terminal and has nothing left to lose. It's why if you're an employee there, you only see their doctors, so that they know about your health before you even know about it. They want you to die real quick of a sudden heart attack so that you never have a moment to think about how you might do a public service and air their dirty laundry. And sometimes they induce those heart attacks when they determine you to be a HMT, or health motivated threat. But I didn't need a doctor to know that I am suffering from some malignant tumor that killed my father. Glioblastoma multiforme. Every 3 months we get a health evaluation, and every 6 months we get a CAT scan. I simply didn't report the very damning symptoms this past eval, and I'll probably be gone before they scan me next. I really wanted to do this instead. Maybe just to be the first, I guess. The only other thing I've ever done with my life is fix computers. the real security military base in McCarran International Airport in Las Vegas. The history of the airport was always bound up in military involvement before and during World War II. The Army Corps of Engineers and the Air Force were building, storing, training, and doing all sorts of things there. Basically, the government, and its corporate benefactors in the military-industrial complex, of course, acquired full ownership of the airport around the time Area 51/Groom Lake exploded in the public eye. It was a rush job and a simple solution. For all intents and purposes, McCarran is an airport. It moves civilians in and out all over the world just like any other airport on Earth. But its subterranean operations are really something else entirely. First of all, you have to understand the structure of this military base, because it serves ostensibly as a business of public transportation. Every single aspect of the base has dual functions. This is called masking, and it is deployed with remarkable effectiveness at McCarran. To name a few examples, the constant takeoffs and landings of airplanes provide sound camouflage for cutting-edge engine tests. The public completely ignores these sounds and dismisses them as the standard cacophony of airports. Some of the jets themselves are even equipped with technology under test, while others are used to transport hundreds of government employees dressed as vacationing civilians. At any given time in McCarran, up to 6 of the gates, corrected by reader, I initially said terminals, are filled with employees of the highest echelons of the US military and government. They sit around on their iPhones, dressed as college kids in their pajamas or wary businessmen, and they're paid to look the part. The entire base is heavily guarded by plainclothes soldiers, military police, tactical specialists, counterterrorism forces, and all kinds of soldiers scurry around the airport dressed like cops, airport security, and desk attendants. Their weapons are usually concealed sidearms. The real firepower is packed by the boys waiting around underground. Assault rifles and armor-piercing weaponry is stored around the airport's public spaces in various places. It's not hard to do because nobody's looking for it. And of course, they hire a good number of civilians to work the TSA and other positions. This is called mixing, and it's necessary. What kind of airport would never post any job listings? Have you ever watched the mechanics ducking in and out of the planes outside, or seen your luggage loaded onto the plane as you board? Well, all that cargo transport actively acts as a cover for the mass movement of special forces, lab equipment, military hardware, exotic building materials, etc. It's not hard to do. They drive one of those rigs by with all the luggage spilling out of it, and then you instinctively don't question what's on the other 4 rigs behind it. We even have mix-ups and spills occasionally, and nobody bats an eye. You're always exposed to some kind of radiation while flying, and McCarran, by the way, is why the standard of safe exposure is set where it's at. But excess radiation from weapons testing is vented into the earth and out of the nearby desert. Having an airport to explain the radiation is an effective means of ridding the base of nosy folks with Geiger counters. But the true genius of this top-secret military installation is at the larger scale. The base was built under an airport because of the enormity of its power consumption. But it consumes a lot more power than a regular airport. So it was built in a city that consumes a tremendous amount of power, Las Vegas. So the base is hidden from view, even on the electric power grid. Area 51, not so much. And that's on purpose. Inside the base. So if Area 51 is the distraction, what do we call the real one? It has many names, but it's usually referred to as the Nexus. That's an acronym, but not many people know what it means, not even me. Everything about the Nexus, from its operations to its structure, is compartmentalized. That means everything is need to know, and virtually nobody knows anything more than their specific task. You could work in an office of the Nexus doing something like accounting and never have one single clue what the woman next to you does, or the guy down the hall. They say not even the president knows exactly what's going on there, just a few generals and some dudes in the CIA. The business culture here is insane. It's like North Korea. Everyone is smiling, everyone is fine, and everyone is happy to say just a few phrases about what they do, when we're allowed to socialize, which is not much. Every line is bugged, every room has a camera in it, and nobody knows who's watching or listening or when. So that makes you think, nobody here is telling the truth about anything, not even the guy I share an office with. I wonder if any of us know why we're even here. People you've worked with for a long time will suddenly get reassigned or have a medical emergency, and you'll never see them again. And nobody will remember that person, no matter how many people you ask. I actually got hired to do some programming for the Navy when I was in my early 20s out of college, and then got sent to Groom Lake to do server tests. They liked my IT/networking skills, so after a series of strange psychological tests and mountains of non-disclosure agreements and background searches, I got offered a job at a facility near Las Vegas proper. Here are a few stipulations of that job. By the way, it's a $1.5 million after-tax lump sum plus a $220,000 a year stipend, housing, car, medical paid for, but psychological breakdowns, anxiety attacks, grave health conditions, and family issues void the contract. I also signed approximately 2 new non-disclosure agreements per week, most of which read under penalty of death somewhere. Employees aren't allowed to leave the grounds for 5 years, and we all live underground. Terms of service is 5 years, then 4 in debriefing, wherein we get to live in Las Vegas but report to another facility 4 days a week. We are discharged and observed for the rest of our lives. Our passports are permanently void. We cannot ever leave the continental U.S. I heard a statistic that 20% of former employees commit S-word. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, I bet it's actually, quote, S-word. The base is underground. It's a network of large structures called hives, which form what is called the colony or the nexus. We make lots of Resident Evil jokes, by the way, except unlike in the movie, the government doesn't try to make its employees feel comfortable with fake forests and windows overlooking digital cityscapes. It is a dark, dreary, Soviet-style labyrinth of halls and bunkers, replete with all sorts of submarine-like features, water and airtight hatches, trapdoors, reinforced blast doors, etc. The only exception are the office buildings inside where chair moisturers like me work. They look just like the office you work in, except the men with guns standing guard 24/7 everywhere, looking over your shoulder. Oh, and the beautiful, almost surreal glow of the cutting-edge laboratories that pock the lower levels of each building. I've never been in them, but I've passed by a few times. There are 4 hives to my knowledge, although I wouldn't be surprised if there were more. I work in Hive 1. I run some of the servers with a few other guys on one particular floor. There are 16 floors in our hive, but we monitor and maintain all of the servers in Hive 1, so we move around a bit. I've gotten to skim some of the data that passes through, and from what I can tell, we're the most boring hive. I've compiled the following list based on the things I've intercepted on our network, and also from hearsay from other coworkers. The Nexus has multiple networks, and they're all decentralized, but there are some ways in which they communicate, and it is via those lines of communication that I am privy to some sensitive information. Here's what I know. Hive 1 is finance, accounting, operations/organization divisions, troop training/housing, and some scale weapons testing. Hive 2 is chemical engineering, some nanotech research, and advanced psychological fitness, whatever that means, for elite military forces, probably Black Ops stuff and how to survive 30 years of solitary confinement at a Siberian prison. I also have reason to believe this is the hive where the big wigs meet and live. Hive 3 is the upper levels, bioweapon and disease research testing. If the government has zombies, they've got to be here. I've wanted to make so many fucking zombie jokes over the years, but I never know which of my coworkers is a rat. Lower levels equals advanced space travel and space warfare technologies. Particle engines and gravitational beams and the like, guessing no real evidence science fiction stuff. And what's on email with all sorts of coded language marked A, B, which is widely believed to refer to astrobiology, that's alien life. Maybe it's just some single-celled organisms or fossilized plants from some meteor. Or maybe it's something much more advanced. Whatever it is, there must be some reason it's not on the upper levels with all the biologists. Hive 4, total informational blackout. There are encryptions and firewalls and network security features protecting this hive that I've never seen before, not even on top secret Navy projects I worked in the past. I'm being very non-specific in the language I use to describe our server clusters and networks because I don't want to tell them exactly who I am. They'll eventually find out anyway. But there's a widely whispered rumor about Hive 4. Allegedly, the most terrifying thing in the world is in that structure on floor 15. There are a few unusual things about Hive 4. First of all, none of the top brass has clearance to get in there. They access it remotely via video feed in their conference rooms, and materials are often transported from 4 to 2 for physical review. I don't know why our bigwigs won't go into 4, but maybe it's because it's too dangerous. There was one guy who worked in 4 a few years ago when I first started, and he caused the first Nexus-wide lockdown I've ever seen. He was being escorted through one Thumper's, what we call the squads of black-booted soldiers that grant access to different hives, and he started shrieking about IDAs. I didn't hear screams, but I heard the gunshot while I was eating lunch. They put a bullet in the back of his head before he could finish his sentence. IDAs, by the way, are interdimensional anomalies. I have no further information on what those are. Another thing I've read minimally about are the twins. I don't know who or what these are, but they're the above top secret gem of Hive 4. It is a treasonous to even correspond about them on our secure networks unless you are cleared to do so, and only 4 employees are. I've only seen a few things about them. One was a medical record, no vitals, unusual vocalizations that manifest hallucinations and psychosis in nearby employees, and skin that produces violent nausea when touched. The document was basically speculation about the skin functions, much like the Australian stinging tree or a jellyfish. I read documents about people who worked with them as well. In 4, a woman was reprimanded to the psychological ward after being in the same room with them, and a soldier who stood outside of the laboratory where they are kept basically committed S-word. Specifically, he peeked inside during a routine access, then began bashing his own brains out with the butt of a pistol while singing an Irish folk song. The woman who was reprimanded to the psych was even weirder. During breakfast with her colleagues, she grabbed a fork, stood up, walked out of the mess hall, stripped all of her clothes off, blinded herself in both eyes, then somehow managed to make her all the way up to floor 1, where the access corridor to Hive 3 is located. How she managed to operate the dozens of keycard readers, passcode boxes, and retinal scanners is still under review. Last email regarding her was sent in 2012, and how she sits in the dark of solitary on floor 11 psych ward with a permanent and blissful grin on her face. One of my colleagues whom I trust told me that he saw the twins once through hacked access to a video feed. He said they are woman-like, about twice as tall as a full-grown man, with unidentifiable black growths dangling from their heads, like hair but thicker, and they basically float a few inches off the ground and drag their toes lightly as they move. They're utterly pale. He never saw the faces, but he claims that they appear to distort reality, or at least the video feed, in such a way that space looks bent around them. Perhaps these are the IDAs that earlier dude was screaming about. This is all I have for now, but hopefully the world knows the truth someday about what goes on down here. We are all basically prisoners. We have very limited and supervised access to the internet, so if you don't hear from me again, assume they figured me out. And alright guys, thank you so much for watching this video. I mean, this is one of the longer Reddit story videos I've filmed, so let me know if you'd like to see more long videos in the future, or short videos, or somewhere in between. But let me know what topics you'd like to also see me cover in the future, and thank you so much for watching to the end. It means the world, and subscribe and like the video. Please, it would just be awesome, and it'd help the channel out a lot. And you guys seem to enjoy this video enough, so yeah, consider joining the community, and yeah. Feel free to watch another Reddit story video if you want, and if you don't, that's cool too. Thank you for watching the whole video. I love you so much. Thank you for watching, and until next time, see ya. Hey, what's up guys, and welcome back to another Reddit stories video. You guys love these Skinwalker stories, so we're going to cover some Skinwalker stories from Reddit. So this video will just be great, and you guys keep asking for this, and this seems to be your favorite topic, so I'll keep doing them. And let me know down in the comments below if you'd like to see more Skinwalker stories, or what type of other stories you'd like to see me cover from Reddit. It's all super interesting, and I really hope you enjoyed this video. But anyways, sit back, relax, and just get ready to listen to some scary and just good stories. So you'll want to stick around. And also, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. It's the channel's goal to be at 500,000 subscribers before the end of the year, and I think we can do it. So please subscribe, and I'll write it anyways. Without further ado, let's get into some Skinwalker stories from Reddit. I think I had a run-in with a Skinwalker last night, and I'm afraid it might come back. This entire thing happened last night, and I still don't know how to feel about it. I'm honestly still shaken up. I'm afraid that my dogs might get hurt, or even my family. So I've come here in search of advice as to what I should do now. It must have happened around 8ish. When my mom's girlfriend called me downstairs, she had asked me to help her burn some of the boxes we had lying around in the kitchen so we could clear up some space. We live in a pretty small house, 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom for 5 people. I have 2 younger sisters, one I share a room with, 12, and the other, 10, sleeps in the living room most nights. And we live with my mother, her girlfriend, who is very, very mentally ill, I'll mind you, and my dog Kobe, about 2 years old, Valentine, who we've had for 6 years, and their 3 puppies. So there really isn't a lot of room to go around, and we could use the extra legroom. So I agreed, and we took the boxes out from our house and into the backyard. Our backyard is the biggest in our small neighborhood and is not fenced in. We are also one of the only houses on the block that has a shed, which is identical to our next door neighbors. Our driveway reaches over to our shed, and since the yard is open, they both sort of connect. Anyway, while she was breaking down the boxes and lighting them on fire, I'm not permitted to use the lighter, I was putting Kobe out on the chain to use the bathroom. Don't worry, his chain doesn't reach all the way across to our yard, and he was far away from the fire, while Valentine is roaming around the yard. The fire goes fine, and we burn about 2 or 3 big boxes with no problem. Everything was very under control, and we were even having fun with it. Around the end of the fire, when the flames had started to fade away, Kobe started running back and forth from the driveway to near where we were, barking frantically and trying very hard to get off his chain like he was afraid and was trying to warn us of something. When this happened, I also noticed that Valentine was growling in the driveway. So I got up and walked over to him and see what was wrong. And I smiled and asked him, "What's the matter?" in that sort of baby voice. But while I was standing there, I got that feeling. You know, the one where you know you're not alone. I could feel someone's eyes looking right through me. I looked over in the direction of Valentine's barking, and I instinctively yelled, "Oh my God," at what I saw. There was this inhuman-looking thing, standing in the driveway only a few feet away from me. Despite having the light from the back door being open and all the fire nearby, this thing was completely black. All I could see was its bulging eyes staring right through me, never wavering. It was so thin and tall, standing much taller than the small shed at the end of the driveway, easily 7 feet tall. And God, I could just feel that something was completely off about this thing. Some voice in the back of my head was telling me, this thing wants to hurt. It's so angry. And it was like me and this thing were having a staring contest. I heard my mom's girlfriend ask me what was wrong, and I looked away for just a second and it was gone. Completely disappeared, but I could still feel its energy looming around. When I told my mom's girlfriend what happened, we put out the fire and we brought the dogs inside. I ran to my mom and told her the same thing I'd told my girlfriend, and she tried to give me logical explanations to what I saw, but none of them really made sense. She must have seen that I was afraid and wanted to comfort me, but her excuses gave me no comfort. After that, I went up to my room with Kobe and tried to shake it off that feeling that thing had left me with, but honestly, I couldn't. I was struggling for a while. I stayed up there talking with my boyfriend for maybe 15 to 20 minutes before I heard my mom calling for me from downstairs. Her and her girlfriend had gotten into a fight and she had locked herself in the bathroom. Mom was fine with it and simply told me to keep an eye on the food while she went to pick up my sisters from their friend's house. So I said okay and went to do so while she left out the front door. Not even 2 minutes later, my mom comes rushing back inside and I heard her walk into the hallway where the bathroom is and say, "Girlfriend's name. There's something standing outside watching the house." My heart sank. She finally believed me, so girlfriend comes out from the bathroom and says that she had seen the same thing trying to peek into the windows from the bathroom, and she immediately ran to her room to grab a metal bat, and she ran out the back door screaming, "If anybody's out here, I'll bash your fucking head in," at the top of her lungs. Regardless of the situation, my mom still had to pick up the kids, so I walked her out to her car, then quickly retreated back inside and grabbed a hammer from the closet. Kobe started slamming himself into the back door, screaming bloody murder out of absolutely nowhere. I'd never seen him do anything like it before, so reluctantly I put him on his chain so he could protect the girlfriend while she was out on the lookout. While this happened, I hid myself in the bathroom, since it's one of the only rooms in the house with a working lock, and I called my grandma, who was at work, and told her everything. She's a huge believer in this kind of stuff, just like I am, so she listened to what I had to say and tried to calm me down a bit, since I was absolutely losing my shit. I'm normally a pretty mature and rational person, but I just felt so unsafe and everything felt off. Just when things started to calm down, the girlfriend comes running into the house and tells me urgently that something had broken the basement window from the outside and she was afraid it had gotten into the house. So I hung up on my grandma after saying goodbye, had 911 on speed dial and we went to
The story begins when I was a child. My father at the time was a big hunter and trapper in the woods nearby. He would set traps for small game out in the woods. I remember one evening my father coming in late from checking his traps. His hands and shirt were covered in blood. Thankfully the blood wasn't his, but of that of an animal that had been caught in his trap and something bigger eating it. I remember from that night on that the woods were off limits to us kids. This was quite awful, since my brothers and sisters often played in the woods nearby. I remember asking my father why we weren't allowed in the woods, and he always gave the same answer. It wasn't safe. Over the next couple of years, my father would stop hunting altogether. Hunting was something that my father and his family were quite passionate about. To see him no longer interested in his most favorite hobby was quite disturbing. Something happened in the woods that had spooked him entirely, and he wouldn't tell us what it was. I remember one Halloween, I was 15, that my brother and my friends decided to go out into those woods and stay the night in our treehouse that we'd built many years ago. Thankfully, our treehouse wasn't more than 10 minutes into the woods, but still, we were pretty terrified. Knowing that there was something out in the woods that spooked my father gave me the creeps. Before we entered the tree line, I already had the feeling of being watched, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be labeled the coward in our friend group. At this point, the sun had set, so it was dark out. We had our flashlights to guide us, but the woods were so thick that it seemed to swallow all the light that the lights gave off. The 10-minute walk into the woods felt like forever. Maybe it was further back than I remembered, or maybe we were just scared. Finally, we reached the treehouse. The treehouse seemed smaller than I remembered, and it looked quite weathered, but overall, it looked to be in decent condition. We climbed the ladder to our treehouse and went inside. While inside, my friends and I found all of our favorite toys that we'd left there years ago. We had a brief rush of nostalgia hitting us all at once. For a very brief moment, we felt like we were younger kids and completely forgot that we were in the middle of the woods at night. While we were exploring the treehouse and playing with our toys, we heard a scream coming from the woods. The scream sounded close. It was a type of scream you wouldn't typically associate with a human, especially out in the woods at this hour of night. All of us were silent. Out of fear of being spotted, all of us turned off our flashlights. We were now out in the middle of the woods at night with no lights on, with something outside. At least we were remotely safe in the treehouse, or so we thought. The treehouse provided a false sense of security. Whatever it was out in the woods probably wasn't capable of climbing the ladder. After coming to this realization, my friends and I felt that we were safe enough to turn on our flashlights. After peering around in the woods for a few minutes and not seeing anything, we decided that we've had our fun and to turn in for the night. This would mean that we'd have to climb down from our safe spot in our treehouse, down into the woods. We were no longer wanting to stay in that treehouse, but no one was wanting to be the first one down into the woods. We picked my brother, who happened to be the smallest in the group, to be the first one down into the woods. We all promised to watch guard and make sure that nothing got him. I'm not entirely sure if my brother believed what we were saying, but he decided to go down anyways. As my brother descended into the woods below, I began to have that feeling again of being watched. That feeling of being watched was now accompanied with the smell of rotting flesh. I couldn't exactly see whatever it was, but I knew it was out there. Not wanting to scare my brother, I didn't say anything, and let him continue climbing down into the woods. Once at the bottom, my other friend decided to go down. When my friend was around halfway down, he stopped dead in his tracks and shined his flashlight off into the woods. All of us gathered around to see what he was looking at, but we couldn't see anything. Everyone was silent and intently looking for any type of movement. That's when we saw it. At first it looked like a deer, but all of its flesh had rotted off of its face. The deer's mouth was unusual. Instead of having dull teeth, it had sharp fangs. All of our stomachs dropped. It was as if we were looking at death itself. My brother, being on the ground, was not able to see what we were looking at. He had no idea that the creature was only a few meters away from him. Without hesitating, I told my brother to run and to get Dad. My brother took off into the dark woods, leaving his flashlight on. I looked back to see the creature again, but the creature was gone. I feared the worst and thought that it was going for my brother. My brother was rather slow, and him leaving his light on made him an easy target. We all screamed for him to run faster and to not stop or look back at all. But as we were screaming, we saw his flashlight stop moving. We were all terrified. Whatever that thing was, it probably had my brother. The time that this story took place was before cell phones, so calling for help was out of the question. We were sitting ducks in that treehouse. About 10 minutes later, that smell of rotting flesh came back again. We turned off our flashlights so that we wouldn't give away our position. I think the thing knew that we were out there, but didn't know that we were in a tree. We could hear the thing huffing and making grunting sounds beneath our treehouse. It was frustrated. I think it could smell us, but didn't have the common sense to look up. All of us were staring down into the dark woods, listening for any sounds. After 5 or 10 minutes of complete silence, one of my friends decided to turn on the flashlight, a move to this day I regret. When he turned the flashlight on, it illuminated the bottom of the woods, which revealed a horrifying sight. The gross and decrepit creature was next to the ladder, looking up at us. When it finally realized where we were, it let out this horrific screech, a sound that I can only describe as our certain death. The creature then began to climb. The thing was slow and deliberate, knowing well that we weren't able to go anywhere. It was as if it was playing with its food. When the creature was about halfway up the ladder, the sound of a gunshot pierced the night. We were all stunned. The shot had hit a good portion of the creature, and the creature climbed down the ladder. More shots rang out, and the creature ran off into the woods, but it didn't seem injured. We looked down to find my father shooting at the creature, with my brother with him. My brother had made it back. We all climbed down the ladder and raced back to my house. My friends and I were expecting a huge lecture from my father, but surprisingly, he didn't say anything. I think he was just thankful that we were okay. My brother was a hero that night. He saved all of our lives. If it wasn't for him and his bravery, or should I say us forcing him to be the first one down, I'm pretty sure we'd have all died. That's the story of my brother saving our lives from that thing. When I was younger, about 16 or so, I had an encounter with something strange in the forest. I was young and naive, and I didn't give nature the proper level of respect and basically was cocky. Our cabin was on the lake. The whole area is forested for the most part. I was there on vacation with my cousin and grandparents. It was a nice and hot summer day, and we decided to play some airsoft. I took airsoft really seriously. I wore a full ghillie suit and even a camouflage mask. We had a battle which I took into the woods where I felt the most comfortable. We were about 150 meters into the woods when we stopped. Then I decided to tease my cousin. I shushed him and said, "We're being watched," jokingly. Unfortunately, it turned out not to be much of a joke, because I immediately then noticed that the woods were dead quiet, which only happens when a large predator is around. I was on edge very quickly. Next, the feeling of being watched hit hard, so I started scanning the surrounding forest. Then, I saw it. Its whitish teeth gave it away. What I saw was at the edge of a clearing about 40 meters from us. The thing was crouched down. It was holding onto a tree with its left hand. It was panting and watching us. The first thing that came into my mind was that it was a werewolf. I said to my cousin, "We have to go," and he bolted. I still had my eyes on it when my cousin started sprinting. The creature charged. It ran on two legs for about 10 feet or so, and then it dropped down on all fours. Then I turned and sprinted. I could hear it crashing through the woods behind me. Once back at the cabin, we discussed it. It was still unclear if my cousin saw what I saw. I told him that I thought it was a bear to not freak him out, but I know bears, and that wasn't a bear. My father is Navajo, who was raised on the res in northern Arizona. My mother is white. I grew up in Southern California, but grew up going to the res every year or so. I eventually moved and worked there. I am not a skinwalker expert by any means, but I'll share what I know. The earliest experience I had was one of the first times I went solo on my trip out to our ranch on the reservation. I traveled with my cousin and a few friends. Our ranch is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. The nearest people, being at the very closest, are about 10 miles away, so you're pretty much on your own. Our first night out there, we arrived around 2 a.m., and there was no moon. It was pitch black. We had a hard time finding our hogan, a traditional Navajo house. We decided to just camp near a cattle corral, which we found. We set up our tents and we were knocked out until the sun came up. When I woke up, I took a little walk around our campsite and found coyote tracks, which encircled our camp, and actually got pretty close to our tents and campfire, which was pretty weird and a bad sign for several reasons. The rest of the day went without incident. We woke up, cooked breakfast, explored the northern rim of the Grand Canyon on the reservation side, and checked out our old hogan in the area. We stayed up pretty late that night. We were out exploring at night on our four-wheeler on some off-road trails. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. and we were driving on a rocky road that went up into a small canyon. We arrived at one of the hogans and settled down. There was myself, my cousin, and my 2 white friends. We talked for a while, and in that very moment, everyone stopped talking. That's when it happened. The door began to shake violently, as if someone kicked the door as hard as they could. It was loud and strong enough to where you could hear the lock rattle, and the door bounced back and forth on the wooden frame. My friends shot up in bed. "What the freak is that?" They had reason to be alarmed. We were quite far from anyone else, and they knew that. It was extremely quiet out there. I got out of bed and grabbed a shotgun and told my cousin to get his rifle. I walked to the door and motioned him to go forward, and I said, "You go left, I go right." I'm not really sure why, but I wasn't scared despite the obvious weirdness of what was going on. I ripped the door open and we both slipped out of the door, one after another, and swept the area. We looked everywhere we could and went to the truck and got the spotlight and swept the area some more. Nothing. No footprints, no animals, nothing. We decided to send a message and shot some rounds off to scare whatever it was away. I think we were all kind of worried, but eventually we went back into the hogan and settled back in. Eventually, they all fell asleep, but I hid my nervousness and my heart was still racing. It wasn't until everyone was quiet and asleep that I noticed the thumping. I heard it quite faintly through the rock walls, and when I put my ear to the wall, I heard it a lot better. It was very rhythmic thumping sound. It sounded as if it was coming through the rock table that the Hogan sits on top of. I tried to rationalize it and told myself it was just the cows and somehow managed to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning and we went to check the cows, which were about 10 miles away on the ranch and hadn't been anywhere near our Hogan that night. Several days later, after I told my aunts about what had happened, they told me that my one Navajo grandma, who lived alone out in the middle of nowhere, had weird things happen to them too. The same night we had her door kicked, someone also knocked on her door in the middle of the night. When she opened the door, there was no one there. My aunts think it's a skinwalker who is messing with me and my cousins because we're mixed race. I'm not sure that's the reason why, but I don't really know what to think of it. I work as a national park ranger in the northern part of the United States. The job is surprisingly difficult. We have to maintain the property, enforce the rules, and etc. One of the biggest things that they never tell you is that we're also responsible for missing people. People go missing all the time, especially at night. I remember getting a call once early in the morning saying that they heard gunshots coming from a campsite. Unfortunately, I had to respond. It was still dark outside when we pulled up to the campsite. The campsite consisted of 2 RVs that looked destroyed. Blood was everywhere. We got out of our vehicle to investigate with our weapons drawn. We announced our presence and we continued to the campsite. There was no one there. There had been cases before where people left their food out, which drawn bears or mountain lions, and unfortunately caused the death of the campers. But this case was different. Typically, when an animal attacks a camper, there's at least something left over, a body part or something. But in this case, there was nothing, just blood. Upon further investigation, we were able to discover that there were some bullet holes in some of the walls of the RV. Typically, when campers are armed, they are able to fend off animals quite well. Unfortunately, in this scenario, that doesn't seem to be the case. I didn't stay too long at the scene. Something in the back of my mind told me that those things were still out there, and I didn't want to meet them. I went back to the station and reported my findings. When I arrived at the station, I was quite surprised to see that the local authorities were already there, alongside another organization I couldn't quite recognize. They looked official. They looked much like your men in black that your typical conspiracy theorist would talk about. White shirts, black jackets, and sunglasses. Before I was able to enter the station, one of the men in black approached me. The man identified himself quite bravely and told me that I had to ride with him into their headquarters. Initially, I refused. I told him that I had to report what I saw. This seemed to disturb him. He said that that wouldn't be necessary and that I had to go down to the station with him immediately. Before I was able to respond a second time, my lead ranger came out, aka my boss, of the station and told me that I had to go with them. I did as they requested and got into the van. About 2 hours later, we arrived at their headquarters. The headquarters were this unidentified building in a downtown city that I'm not going to name. The building was quite large. We entered the building and I was taken to a conference room. While in there, I was interviewed by a couple of people and asked me odd questions. They asked me if I saw anything, if I heard anything, or even if I smelled anything. I told them the truth, which really wasn't much, that I only saw blood and a couple of bullet holes. They seemed somewhat relieved by this answer. They then told me that they were taking over the investigation and that I was not to talk about anything that I saw that morning. If I said anything to anyone, I could possibly lose my job and even face time in jail. I didn't really understand the big deal about this. Campers get attacked by animals all the time. Why was the government interested in this single attack? I was then taken back to my station. By this time, it was almost the end of the day. I drove my service truck over to the campsite that I was at earlier. The 2 RVs that were there earlier were gone. That was quite strange to me. Typically, when something like this happens, the scene is not to be disturbed for at least a couple of days. This allows for a proper investigation, but it looked like someone just wanted to clean up the area as if nothing happened. For some reason, this bothered me, but I didn't say anything to anyone. 3 weeks later, I get another call. Very similar scenario, except I'm able to get there in time. I pull up to the campsite and I'm able to hear gunfire. I draw my weapon and I follow the sounds. The gunfire is coming from inside a trailer. In the break of the gunfire, I'm able to announce my presence and I tell them to stop shooting. The people inside the trailer then yell something that really disturbs me. They tell me to shoot the girl and that it's not human. I tell them to stop firing so that we can sort all of this out. I figure that they're either on drugs or they're drunk. Again, something that I'm not completely foreign to. I try to shine my flashlight around to see what they're shooting at, and my heart stops. Off into the distance, I'm able to see the silhouette of a little girl, except something's not right. She's shaking. A lot. It's as if she's having a seizure. My first thought is that this little girl is in great danger. Not only are these people shooting at her, but she's having a seizure. I go knock on the trailer and I tell them to stop shooting. They open the door to the trailer and I see that there's a family inside. Everyone is crying except for the father figure, who is still holding his gun. I enter the trailer and they quickly close it behind me. I call for other rangers to come to the scene, and I ask the family what's going on. They're all quite hysterical, and they aren't making much sense. They're saying that something took their dog, and that the thing that took it is able to change shapes. I wait with the family until more rangers arrive. I'm quite skeptical at what they're saying. When more rangers finally arrive, I tell them that there's a little girl out in the woods and that she's possibly injured. I take the family back to the station, and again, those men in black people are there waiting. Instead of taking me back to their headquarters, they call all of the rangers inside. They then inform us that all of us are being relocated, and that this national park would be closing for a very short time. What bothers me most about this experience is that it leaves me with so many questions. What was going on in that national park? What was that organization doing? And what was that little girl doing out in the woods? I am a police officer in a town in Arizona. Our town borders a Navajo reservation. Like most reservations, we have no jurisdiction on it, but that's not the reason why we don't go. Since our town borders the reservation, we have gotten many calls from our townspeople saying that they've seen strange things on their lands. We have gotten many UFO calls, which there's obviously nothing that we can do about it, but we have also gotten strange calls of creatures lurking into people's windows. The calls vary in description of the creatures. Some say it looks like a Bigfoot, while others say it's a creature with antlers. Regardless of the call, we still have to go out and make a report, and we get these calls about once a week. 90% of the time, the reports lead to nothing. But every now and then, either myself or another officer will see something strange. Something I'm going to share with you that's currently ongoing is often referred to by me and many officers as the Screaming House. Allow me to provide some context about this case. The driveway to the Screaming House is about a mile long. The mailbox and driveway are technically in our town, but the house itself isn't. Since the mailbox is in our town, we have to respond to the calls. The Screaming House isn't owned by anyone. No one lives there, but we get calls every week or so from that residence of someone screaming into the phone. All of the calls are at late at night. The call started about 6 months ago. Me and my partner responded to the first call. The call happened at 1:16 in the morning. My partner and I were out there by 1:40. We pulled up to the mailbox and looked down the long dirt driveway. About halfway down the driveway, we noticed a fallen tree covering the path, so we'd have to get out. We pulled our police cruiser up as close as we could and got out. We were able to see the house and that there were no lights on. Not a great sign. We walked down the other half of the driveway, not exactly sure what to expect. The house had 2 stories and was very old. The house was definitely built in the early 1900s. In front of the house was an old rusted-over truck from the 1930s. My partner and I stopped about 70 yards in front of the house. We shined our flashlights all over the property and the house, not seeing anyone. The front door to the house was wide open. How did we get a call from this place? I thought to myself. We walked a couple yards closer, and that's when we heard it. It wasn't the screaming that we heard on the phone, but rather the crying of a baby. Something isn't right, my partner said. There's no way there's a baby out here. This smells like a trap. I was conflicted. I wasn't sure whether to investigate or just to head back. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate the house. What if there was an actual toddler that made its way out here and was lost? I would never be able to forgive myself. We decided that I would check the house while my partner would check the perimeter of the outside. I entered the front door of the house, my flashlight peering into the dark house. The crying was coming from the basement. I made my presence known, announcing my name and that I was a police officer. I got no response, and the crying continued. The floor in the house was covered with glass and other debris. The floor crunched as I made my way through the house. I then quickly found the entrance to the basement. The basement door was missing. I shined my flashlight down and I saw an old set of stairs. The stairs looked as if they would not hold my body weight. I again made my presence known. The crying stopped. I was about to enter the basement when my partner buzzed me on the walkie. "John, you need to get out of there, now." I was confused and caught off guard. That's when I heard someone moving around upstairs. I bolted out of the house and down the driveway. My partner was already by the car. His gun was drawn and pointed behind me. We need to go, he said. I jumped in the cruiser and backed the cruiser out of the driveway. The entire time, my partner was asking, "Did you see it? Did you see it?" "No, I didn't see it," I said. We made our way back to the station, the entire time my partner telling me what he saw. He said that when he was in the backyard, he heard something behind him. He shined his flashlight around and noticed something upstairs. He said that he was only able to notice its eyes and its teeth. Everything else was just black fur. Now, we do have bears in Arizona, but not in our part of the state. However, on our report, we put the creature as a bear. My partner and I both know that whatever it was, it definitely wasn't a bear. Had my partner not notified me in time, I hate to imagine what would have happened. We still get calls from the screaming house, but we just drive by. We don't ever get out and investigate. We have a pretty good idea what kind of creature lives there, but I'm not going to call it by its name. I hear that it attracts them, and that's the last thing we need. I don't know what to make of my situation, but I want your opinion on what's going on. I had recently purchased some property out in the middle of nowhere. I had been looking for property for some time because I wanted to get into farming, but I hadn't had any luck until recently. But things are starting to make sense now that I'm looking back. I had purchased a couple 100 acres for a great deal. It's one of those deals that you do not believe what you're seeing. It's that good. I remember asking the realtor why it was such a great deal, but he never did give me a direct answer. That should have been a red flag. But I do remember him saying something about the nighttime, that it wasn't safe. I wasn't exactly sure what he meant, but now I do. A couple months ago when we first moved in, my wife and I pulled up in our vehicles, her in her minivan with our kids, and me with the U-Haul towing my truck. The property had a small home on it, but the home looked like it hadn't been lived in for about 15 years. My wife saw this as something that we could make a project out of. She had always been very ambitious. I was the first one to pull up to the house. I got out of my U-Haul and I walked up to the front door. To my surprise, there laid a dead crow right in front of the door. The door had a small spattering of blood on it. The poor thing probably had flown into the door and died. This is something you normally see more on a window, not necessarily a solid door. But whatever. This wasn't an issue at the time, and it didn't raise any flags. Birds fly into things all the time and die. I then began to unpack the U-Haul. About 20 minutes or so later, my wife and our daughters finally arrived. Luckily, they didn't have to see the dead crow in front of the door. They were none the wiser. With my wife and daughter's help, we were able to finish unpacking the U-Haul just under an hour. The house had plumbing, but we were waiting on the electric company to turn on the switch. Something I should have done before, I know. We spent the rest of the day placing furniture all throughout the house. Nighttime came pretty quickly. That tends to happen when you're busy. Thankfully, my wife has a small candle collection that we use to light the home. Most of them were scented candles, but whatever. My daughters were enjoying the new house. They were both able to get their own rooms, and didn't seem to care that the house creaked often and smelled kind of funny, which I appreciated. Nothing happened the first night. I think it was because we didn't have electricity, and they didn't know we were there. The second day, we were able to get the electricity going. This was awesome for me because I love my sports. My family and I went into the nearest town and got supplies for the week. The town was about 20 minutes or so away, and we only seemed to pass maybe 1 or 2 houses on the way there. I even remember turning to my wife saying, "Man, we're really out there, aren't we?" By the time we were on our way back, the sun was beginning to set. We pulled in our driveway, which was about a half-mile long, and looked down to our house. I could see from that distance that every light in our house was on. I was a little freaked out about this. My wife and I are big sticklers about wasting energy. My daughters would leave a light on or so from time to time, but nothing like this. We got to the house and I slowly inspected it. All the doors and windows were locked, so we figured it was just the electric company rebooting all the lights. Again, this was no red flag, or for any cause of alarm. We go inside and everything seems to be in order. We unload the groceries and go in for the night. During the night, however, around 1 or 2 in the morning, I could hear howling off into the distance. Whatever the creature was, it was definitely a good distance away. I was planning on using the land for cattle farming, but I didn't have any cattle at the time, so I really didn't care about the wolves. Around the same time of the howling, I could have sworn I heard something at the front door. It wasn't enough for me to get up and check, but it was enough for me to notice. The next morning, my wife and I got up early and began our projects on the house. My wife began to make coffee, and I went out to my car to grab my charger. When I opened the front door, there laid another dead crow. What? I thought. Why do crows love this door? Or better yet, why does this door hate crows? Again, I just kicked the crow off the front porch. Not a big deal. But I did take notice. Maybe it was the thud I heard last night. That was kinda weird. Oh well. I went out to my truck and grabbed my charger and went back in, not telling my wife what was in front of our door. I had some coffee and we started the day off right. Quick note about our land. The land I purchased was mostly flat, except for a small hill that our house was on. The house had a very old barn around back. It wasn't very big and it didn't have a door. Next to the barn was an old well that was no longer in use. I wanted to fill the old well, but I didn't have time, thanks to all these house projects. The day went by pretty quickly again. My wife and I were busy for the most part, while our daughters played around the house. Around 7 o'clock at night, I needed to go into town to buy an extension cord. I was driving away from my house on our half-mile driveway when my lights scanned across the open field in front of me, a couple 100 yards away, on these large animals. The animals had very dark fur, and instead of reflecting green like most animals, their eyes reflected red. Oh my gosh, I said out loud. That's kinda spooky. I continued driving, hoping that I'd get a better look at these animals, but I never got a better look. I continued my way to the hardware store and picked up whatever it was I was going to get. While I was there, I got a phone call from my wife. She was pretty frantic. She was saying something about growling coming from outside. My mind flashed to what I saw earlier, and I quickly left the store. I got home in record time. Once I was home, I did a quick once-over outside and didn't find anything. I then went inside. I found my wife and our 2 daughters hiding upstairs in the bathtub. Okay, I know that animals can be scary sometimes, but come on, hiding in the bathtub? My wife was pretty insistent that whatever it was trying to get inside. I told her and my daughters that it was very important that we made sure we did not keep any food outside. They agreed, and they seemed to calm down after coming up with this simple solution. But my wife still seemed petrified. It was clear that she wanted to tell me something, but not in front of my daughters. She waited until our daughters were asleep in bed when she told me what she had heard. She told me that right when I left, she thought she heard me out in the backyard. She was confused since she saw me leave and drive off. She walked back there to see if she could see me, but obviously she didn't. That's when she heard what she thought was me again, this time coming from the old barn. She knew that whatever it was speaking wasn't me. My wife then quickly went inside, locking all the doors and windows and taking my 2 daughters upstairs. Okay, that's a little bit more freaky, I said. My wife and I then argued about calling the police to come check out the backyard. I felt silly about it. We're gonna tell the police to come over because my wife thought she heard me in the backyard? We didn't call the police that night, but we did settle on calling them the next morning. My wife and I then went to bed since we had a big day ahead of us. I woke up again in the middle of the night. My daughter was standing next to my bed, shaking me awake. "What's wrong, dear?" I said sleepily. She then told me that there was a scary man outside. I got out of bed and gave her a hug. "It's okay, dear. I know a new house can be scary sometimes," I said reassuringly. "Let me see if I can see him," I said to my daughter as I carried her back to her bed. I carried her back to her room and I looked out her window, being more than confident that I would not see any scary man out there. As I was quickly scanning the horizon, I caught a glimpse of what looked like a large silhouette. I naturally did a double take. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This was no man, but it did stand up like one. Whatever it was, it greatly resembled the creatures that I saw earlier that week, its eyes reflecting red. The creature then began to walk around my house, no longer in my view. "Did you see it, Daddy?" my daughter asked. No, I didn't see anything. There's nothing out there," I lied, hoping to calm my daughter as well as myself. My daughter didn't question it and went back to bed. I slowly crept into another room, hoping to get another view of that creature, but I couldn't see it. My mind was now racing. What was that thing I saw? It looked like a wolf, but again, it was standing like a man. Not just like any man, but a man trying not to be seen. I didn't sleep well that night. 9 o'clock the next day, I called the police and told them that we had suspicion of people trespassing on my property. The police took their sweet time to finally get to my house, and when they finally arrived, they didn't exit the cruiser. They apologized for being so late and told me that they thought it was a prank and had to reconfirm the address. "Why would it be a prank?" I said. The policeman then said, "Look, I don't know if you know this or not, but the previous owners of this property were killed. Their bodies were mutilated and dumped into the well out back. That was 20 years ago. The case is still open." He also then told me that the property that I live on had been bought and sold dozens of times, mainly due to the real estate agency not giving enough information about the property's history. The new owners then find out and are outraged and sell the property again. That explains why the property was so cheap. I don't know what was more sickening, seeing that creature last night or hearing this information. I thanked the officers for their time and they left. I told my wife what they told me and we had a discussion. I also told her about the thing that I saw last night. She thinks that whatever it was trying to mimic me behind the barn and the creature that I saw last night probably had something to do with the murders. That day, we decided that we needed to pack up and go and stay in a motel. That brings us to now. We don't know what to do and we're losing money fast. Everything we had was tied up into that farm. If we cannot figure out a solution, we will have to be forced to go back to the barn and stay there. I was 15 at the time, and roughly the same age of my cousins and brother at the time. We were all within 1 year of each other. We go into the woods to be manly and do whatever guys do. We have normal supplies, axe, hatchet, knives, matches, you name it. It's getting late in the woods and we were extra manly since we were 15, but we decided to head back because the bugs are kinda too much. On our way back, there's a pretty androgynous looking person on our trail, just standing there with torn clothes. "Hey, are you lost? We can lead you out if you want." This person starts doing this dry heaving motion like they were dry heaving but lifting their elbows too. Very unnatural looking. I say to the person, "What are you doing?" Whatever it was stops heaving. It opens its mouth and lets out this scream. It's unlike anything I've ever heard before. Normally, I would have ran away, but there was about 15 of us and we all had small weapons. We just stand our ground and lift our weapons up in defense mode. The thing cricks its head unnaturally towards us, like they do in almost every possessed movie, and smiles at us. We all scream to get away from us, and sure enough, whatever it was did. Once the creature was out of our sight, we instantly stopped hearing any of the noises that came from it. It was as if it was still hiding behind a tree, waiting for anyone to come around looking for it. At this point, however, we were pretty spooked and we decided to get out of there. It was about 3 weeks until I finally went back into the woods. My wife asks me to go camping. I hate the idea, but she's pretty excited. Sure, why not? We drive to a secluded bit of land by her grandparents' house. We spend hours setting up the tent in the campsite. We get ready and go hiking. As we are hiking, however, it rains a little bit and we get a bit wet. We double back and get back just in time before it gets dark. We make a fire and the wife is getting a little bit tired, kinda low energy. We eat dinner and talk for a while, then we decide it's time to go to bed. We inflate our air mattress and get our double sleeping bag out. We get in together and she's shivering. I ask her, is she okay? And she says that she's fine. She keeps shivering and I don't feel good about this. "You said you were fine. I don't want to ruin our trip or anything, but I think we should go back." I feel her face, and it's pretty hot. "Well, it won't be any fun if you don't feel well tomorrow. I think it'd be better if we just leave. You might have a fever." She agrees and we head back to our home. As we decide to get our things packed up, I put her in the car to wait as I finish putting the tent and other odds and ends back into the car. I turn the car on and place her inside. I turn the heat on high so she can get warm. I go back into the tent and start to deflate the air mattress when I hear the horn beeping from outside. I run out over to the car and my wife says that there was someone around in our campsite. She said that they were crawling. She said that as soon as she saw them and was sure it was a person, she made sure to beep the horn to notify me. I can tell she's pretty upset about this. I didn't believe her at the time, considering the state that she was in. I tell her to relax and rest up as I finish up packing. I gather everything outside the tent and step back in to roll up the mattress. I hear her yell my name. It sounded like it came from the woods. Why is she outside of the car? I then hear her yell, "Help me, my leg is bleeding." I rush out and I glance over to the car, but she's still inside, asleep. A wave of fear washes over me and I hear something yell again from the woods. This time it doesn't sound anything like my wife.
"Help me."
I begin to freak out and instead of packing up the tent properly, I just roll it up as best I can and shove it into the car. I left a few unimportant items behind considering I was in a rush and I didn't want to meet whatever it was out in the woods. I start driving and we finally make it home. When my wife finally wakes up, I ask her, "What did you see out in the woods?" She gets really serious and looks very stern in her face. She said that it was very white and thought it was a naked person crawling behind some trees. She then saw them stand up against the tree and began to beep the horn to get my attention. Then, whatever it was, got down on all fours again and took off crawling into the woods. In a way, I'm kind of glad that my wife got sick, so that we would not be outside any longer with that thing. Back in 2012, we always had bonfires every night. I'm in the Marine Corps Reserve, so while I'm at home, I work as an Ohio State trooper. Anyways, a bunch of my buddies and I were having a bonfire. We got everyone at my house around 7 p.m., then loaded them up into our vehicles. Mine was a Chevy Suburban, and the others were a Jeep Wrangler and a Ford 350. The spot where we have our bonfires was a mile back on my land. There was this dirt path we would take to get to this cabin. It starts going out in between two fields, then through the woods, then dead ends at our cabin, which overlooks this creek. We had about 24 people packed into these 3 vehicles. We set off driving through the woods, and for my Chevy, it's no big deal. But as soon as we got to the area, I stepped out of my vehicle and I could smell this awful smell. Death. It smelled like death, like an animal or something was rotting in the woods somewhere nearby. Everyone else said that they could smell it too. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe a deer had died or something. This story took place near the end of September, so hunting season had just started. I started the fire and didn't think too much of the smell. We all eventually got used to it. We played beer pong and had a generator going to power the cabin. So my friend of mine, Ryan, had been telling me that this girl I had brought with me kept asking stuff about me to him, saying how much of a gentleman I was and how that we were probably going to hook up that night. Anyways, the fire was dying down, so Ryan was going to get wood with a few buddies of mine. I had them take a radio with them to radio me if they needed any help. The fire started to get real low. It had been about 30 minutes since they had left. "Hey, where are your fruitcakes at?" I asked over the radio. "Dude, chill, I'm on my way," Ryan responded. They came back later with a ton of wood. Got the fire going again, and eventually it started to get late. People wanted to start going home, so after everyone left, there were only 8 of us that had remained. The girl I liked, Sarah, Ryan, David, another guy, and 3 other girls. David, the other guy, and the girls were wasted, and they were flirting all night. I continued to chill at the fire with Sarah and Ryan talking about some random stuff. It started to get real late, around 2 a.m., and when the 3 girls, David, and the other guy wanted to lay down in the cabin, Sarah and I stayed outside and talked for a while. Eventually, we started to make out. I stopped when I heard this crackling sound outside. I looked over and I couldn't make out what the figure was walking around near the tree line. "Hey you, what are you doing over there?" I asked. "Dude, chill, I'm on my way," the figure responded. It sounded exactly like Ryan, but I swore that Ryan had been in the cabin this whole time. Maybe he had walked out when I was occupied and didn't see him when he went out. "What?" I asked. "Dude, chill, I'm on my way," it responded again. My hair started to raise up on my neck. "What the heck?" Sarah responded. "Sarah, go inside and wake everyone up," I responded. She didn't hesitate. I walked over to my SUV and popped the trunk and grabbed my AR-15. For some reason I was shaking, and the death smell was back again. "What the heck?" I whispered to myself, shoving the mag into the rifle and sending a round into the chamber. I walked around the SUV to where I saw the figure in the woods, and I couldn't see it. About this time, Ryan had walked out of the cabin and looked at me like I was a stupid. "Dude, why do you have a gun?" he asked. "Were you out in the woods?" I asked him. He told me that he'd just woken up and had no idea what I was talking about. I told him to take everyone back to their cars and come back with a gun. He got everyone into their SUVs and drove off. I sat there by the fire for a while, looking around. I had my spotlight with me at my side, the 1,000,000 candle-watt powered one. I couldn't help but think that there was someone in the woods trying to play a trick on me, but living 8 miles away from a prison, you can't really be too sure. The death smell was starting to get almost repugnant. I almost felt like gagging. I had something walking around in the woods again, and I grabbed my spotlight and stood up. I waited for a moment, then I saw it again. The figure walked out of the woods and stood there looking at me. I flipped on the light and pointed it at it. Whatever this thing was, its back was facing me, and it was facing the forest. "Hey, I got a gun. You might want to tell me what you're doing in my land before I lay you out right now." Not a single word came from this person's mouth. I started to walk closer, and I heard the words, "Dude, why do you have a gun?" come from this person. "Well, because I stopped mid-sentence. I started to think about what it just said. It sounded just like Ryan. It was as if it was mimicking him, but perfectly. It repeated it again, and this time it sounded exactly like Ryan. I raised my rifle and sighted it in on this guy. "Ryan?" I asked. The neck shifted a little bit and twitched its whole body. It looked unnatural. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something about it looked wrong. I heard music playing in the background, and I could see headlights coming through the woods. "Who are you?" I asked. The figure turned around and looked at me. Its facial features were off. It looked like the other guy that was with Ryan, but its voice sounded exactly like Ryan, and it stared at me with its mouth wide open. "Who are you?" I shouted, flipping off my rifle's safety. Something on the fire snapped and made a loud noise, so I flipped around to see what was behind me. When I looked back to the woods, the person was gone. "Frick," I shouted, looking around for him. About this time, Ryan was parking the Suburban and getting out, putting a pistol in his back waistband. "Dude, what's going on?" he asked. I started to fill him in on everything, then asked if everyone was with him. He told me that everyone was in the cabin, was in the SUV, the other guy, Sarah, and the 3 girls. We sat by the fire and started waiting. The death smell had went away for the time being. It was around 4 a.m. now, and the sunlight should be coming through just in a couple of hours. At that time, however, the death smell came back, this time stronger than ever, to the point Ryan gagged and almost threw up. I got up and looked around, waiting to see the figure again. A few moments passed and I could see something on the ground, coming out of the woods. I turned on my spotlight and shined it at the figure. The man, who I had seen before, was on the ground, rolling around. "What the F is that?" Ryan asked, pulling his pistol out from his back waistband. We both stared at the man rolling around for a good 20 minutes, then stopped, and lay there on the ground. The man then started to twitch. I started walking towards the man, having my rifle pointed at him the entire time. I got about 30 meters away and he stopped twitching. He stood up and looked at me. All of a sudden, I had felt this feeling of absolute dread. I felt like everything I knew about my life was about to come to an end. I then took action and fired one bullet into the man's forehead. The man drops like a bag of rocks on the ground and starts twitching. What happened next, I cannot explain. The man stood up and started walking to the woods like nothing had happened. I lowered my rifle and watched as he made it into the tree line and turned around and looked at us. Maybe I'd missed, I thought. I didn't see any wound on him and nothing on his face was touched. When the man left, the death smell went away. I couldn't smell it anymore. The man smiled at us and walked into the woods again. By that time, we ran and got into the SUV, got in and took off towards my home. We never spoke of what happened to anyone in fear that they think we were mental. I've been back to that place countless times, but I cannot seem to forget that smell of death, or that feeling of dread. I'm not sure if it was the goat man or a skinwalker, a ghost maybe, or a wendigo, but whatever it was, I sure hope that it went somewhere else. We've never spoken about this particular event, not even among ourselves, after it happened. It was with my friends Ben and Ryan and myself going camping into the woods like we used to do when we got a weekend off, or at least used to do before this. In general, we try to go to new places. There was this one forest in particular situated 2 hours away from our city that we've been told about. We've been putting it off for a while because it was said to be dangerous, packed with wild animals that would attack campers often. Ben, in his usual part of trying to be a badass, said he would take out his shotgun and we'd be safe. Ryan was a bit of a wimp, but he agreed, so we drove there as soon as we were able to when we had a free weekend. We got there by mid-afternoon. After we set up camp and the night was beginning to set in, we decided to go out for a walk. We secured our stuff and Ben took out his shotgun in case any animals approached us, and we started following a small path that got deeper into the woods. Walks in the dark like these would always relax me, but this time I was starting to feel uneasy. Something was off. About half an hour of walking, we started to hear noises getting closer to us. They sounded like footsteps of several big creatures closing in on us, but to this day I swear I could also hear soft whispers beneath the noises. Feeling like cornered animals, in total panic, we began running back through the path that we had come on. During this, I somehow lost Ben and Ryan, and we could not even see their flashlights in the distance. I kept on, running crapless. At some point, I ran past an old house, which seemed to have suffered a fire. The windows were boarded up, but the door seemed to be half open. Suddenly, I heard something coming from inside. Terrified at first, I froze, but then I realized it was actually Ryan, calling for me to come inside. I was doubtful at first, for some reason, but as soon as I heard the animal sounds coming closer to me, I bolted into the house and closed the door. I lifted my flashlight to look around, and there was Ryan. I pointed the light to his eyes, but he didn't seem to react much to it. In fact, he seemed really calm, which was odd for him. "Let's stay here for now," he said, in a relaxed tone of voice. "Those things out there could be dangerous." Now I was worried about Ben, but remember that worst case scenario he had a shotgun, ready if anything attacked him. I took a deep breath and started looking around the room. The few chairs that were laying on the floor looked charred, and in one corner of the room there was a pile of sticks with a bunch of stones scattered around them. All of a sudden, we hear Ben's gun go off twice. I stood there paralyzed, as every other sound in the forest stopped. I glanced briefly at Ryan, and he was just looking at me, completely quiet. I was about to say something when suddenly someone started banging on the door. Ryan immediately grabbed my shoulders and said, "Don't open that door. It could be one of those things." I started walking towards the door and he insisted, "Don't do it. They're gonna kill us." This really unsettled me, but I was afraid it could be Ben, who had just shot one of those wild animals and was looking for shelter. I grabbed on the metal door handle and took a deep breath, and as Ryan was still talking behind me, I opened the door. A cold chill ran down my spine. Standing there in front of me was Ryan. It didn't sink in at first, as he was saying, "Hey man, did you hear Ben's gun go off too?" I think we needed to find him and get the hell out of there. I babbled something incomprehensible and slowly turned around, pointing my flashlight all over the room. Nobody was there. When the light reached the corner of the room, I realized what I had been looking at earlier. It was a pile of bones, and around them, forming a circle, were a bunch of skulls. Human skulls. We ran off as fast as we could and found Ben near the campsite. When he saw us, he was pale and did not say a word. We got in my truck and drove off, and we left the place, leaving all of our stuff behind. On the way back, after a long silence, I asked Ben what he shot at. "Some of those things came from behind in the trees and attacked me. I shot them down." "Ben, what were those things?" It was you guys. I killed you both back there." The rest of the way back, nobody spoke a word. We never saw Ben again. It was the last summer that we all had together. We, being me and a small group of my friends from high school. There was me, my boyfriend, and 4 of our mutual friends. So things didn't get confusing, I'm going to name my boyfriend Lee and my 4 friends, Allie, Harris, Landon, and Kathy. It was originally me and my boyfriend's plan, just the 2 of us going up to his parents' summer house and a night.
Sí, era esta. Ok, entonces acá voy a poner la lista de acá. ¡Argi! ¡Hola, Argi! ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido.